niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri, onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu. Nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta. Onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri. Onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ. Onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya. Asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ. Asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya. Asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu, asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee rie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu Okike.
That there are Igbo communities in Edo State.
Stay tuned and watch till the end.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I want to talk about a subject that should be on the front burner of the Igbo people today, but it is not. However, because it deserves a lot of attention, I will delve into it with the view and the hope that others would see the need to engage with it as I'm going to engage with it right now. It is about the vexed relationship that exists between all the peoples that rightly identify themselves as Igbos today, or that are identified as Igbos today. If you watched my lips and heard my voice, I referred first to the people that refer to themselves as Igbos. And shortly after, I referred to the people that are addressed as Igbos. I wouldn't even call it research because I did not observe what I'm going to talk about now deliberately. It was anecdotal. It was anecdotally that I discovered that there are Igbo communities in Edo State. I lived with two gentlemen in an apartment in Abuja. One was an accountant, one was a lawyer. They were brothers. The lawyer was the older one. He belonged to a fundamentalist sect of Christianity, while the younger one, the accountant, was more liberal. I was actually accommodating the older one. He did not let me know, he did not inform me that he was Igbo like myself. Then the younger brother came and joined him and told him once, you know, we are Igbos. It came as a surprise to me because I was thinking that it is from Delta State that you will begin to find Igbo communities. I was surprised that there are Igbos also in Edo State. It was a surprise to me. Then I began to ask questions and it was confirmed. And it shouldn't be surprising that there are Igbos there, but because I had always assumed that you would find Igbos only in Delta, I was surprised. But take it, there are Igbos in Edo State. Of course, we know about the established presence of Igbos in Delta State. They constitute not less than 2/6 of the population of Delta State. And Igbos make up to 97, 98, 99% of the people in the area designated as the Southeast. I'm going to talk about the brothers and sisters of ours that are in Rivers State today, primarily the group called Ikwere. I listened to my parents I did not joke, and I still don't joke with anything I had from my parents. My father owned a building in Port Harcourt. When Igbo properties were seized in Nigeria, we lost a property that would have removed us from poverty. But my father did not become bitter enough. My parents did not become bitter enough to ignore a fact that the owners of that land called Port Harcourt were Igbos. Because the general impression I got when I was growing up was that the Igbos there, due to pressure from the Nigerian state, denied that they were related to their brothers from the southeast in order to escape retribution from the Nigerian state. And naturally, Igbos from the southeast also distance themselves from these Igbos that the impression has been created that they denied their relationship to the Igbos in the southeast. What my father told me was that they are our brothers. He didn't even tell me that they seized the property. He told me that they are our brothers, that they were our brothers. Of course, he made me to understand that an individual from that ethnicity could rise against an individual from the southeast over the abandoned properties, but he did not tell me that they collectively sat down and decided to dispossess their brothers of that property. This has been a major problem. I have followed it for a long time. And I do not think that we are following it the proper way. What the present generation thinks is that since they say they are not Igbos, let them be. I thought about it and I don't think it's a solution. They are not, according to those that believe that they should be left alone, they are saying they are not Igbos. And that, in the view of those that believe they should be left alone, is sufficient for the other Igbos to forget about them. This does not impress me so much, because it is not necessarily by identifying with the word Igbo that you express that you are Igbo. The people that come up with these positions are, to me, not very proud of the Igbo identity too. They are not expressing it properly. It is not only by saying I'm an Igbo that you express that you are Igbo. There are things that Igbos are known for and by. Those people that feel that the Ikwere don't identify themselves as Igbos because they say they are Ikwere. Good and fine, they identify themselves as Igbos. But do they do those things that Igbos are known for and by? I will list a few. Igbos engage in what is called Ibu. You remove 10% of what you earn every year, go to Obiumunna, share it with your brothers and sisters there. I do not know if up to 1% of the people that identify themselves as Igbos today do this. Every Igbo knows that a woman having her menstrual flow is secluded from the husband. How many Igbos practice this today? In my republic, on Nkworu and the Kukude, traditionally, we didn't work. Is everybody from my community observing this today? These are things that also make you an Igbo person, it is not only by saying I'm Igbo that you become an Igbo. And since generally we all have fallen short, we should follow our brothers and sisters from reverse with patience, love, and kindness. In my latest work, which hopefully will be over next year, but which the reading public will have access to in not less than 2 years' time, I was trying to describe the relationship between the Igbos and the Ikweres. And what I came up with was that it is like the relationship between the Ashkenazi Jew and the Sephardi Jew. That was what I have written, but I thought about this morning, and it occurred to me that I need to revise and change what I wrote. The relationship is closer. The Ashkenazim and the Sephardim Jew are one family, but they have been separated by, among other things, language. The Ikwere Igbo and the Owere Igbo have not been separated by language. They still speak the same language. When I went to the orientation camp of the National Youth Service Corps, I and my best friend, who happens to also be my oldest friend, we were childhood friends, Chukwuemeka Okeke, interviewed an Ikwere girl. She told us that she was not Igbo. Then we began to test her through language. We told her to repeat in the Ikwere language, "Abu m onye Igbo." She said, "M bụ onye Igbo." She simply used the dialect of my language to say who she is. So, to cut the story short, my brothers and sisters Igbos, the day we begin to respect our culture and religion, every Igbo will rally around this. We complain about, she told us that she was not Igbo. Then we began to test her through language. We told her to repeat in the Ikwere language, "Abu m onye Igbo." She said, "M bụ onye Igbo." She simply used the dialect of my language to say who she is. So, to cut the story short, my brothers and sisters Igbos, the day we begin to respect our culture and religion, every Igbo will rally around this. We complain about the Ikwere. Do we?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of June 2023. That abo bochi eke ketere ihe ọma. We are here live and direct, and today is Saturday, a day dedicated to discussions on religious issues, because we shall never shy away from what is facing us, from the reality. No, we are not people that run away from reality in order to continue dabbling, making ourselves feel fine. No, there is nothing like that here. We face the reality. That is how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu instituted this. We face the reality. It doesn't matter how bitter it is, because this is a revolutionary radio. I am talking about I used to repeat this all the time. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers on this hallowed day, today, the 17th day of June 2023. Obocheke. We are live and direct. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Okuchukwu Kanu, who is still illegally in the enemy dungeon. No matter the plans of our enemy, because we see the brouhaha that is going on, even being caused by some members of Kanu family and others, lawyers and all what's not. There is something I will, I used to think about. I used to think, why are we Igbos mostly, many of us don't ever respect or try to work as a structure? Do you know that there lies our problem? Everybody is doing something according to how his brain tells him. Just like animals. Even animals have structure. Let me tell you. Group of chimpanzees, they have a structure, hierarchy, everything. Even hyenas. Do you know that? Watch all these animal documentary. You will see it. Sometimes if, for example, a group of hyena, if they saw food, or jackals, they used to go in group. They have to wait until their chief will first of all eat. Take a bite and eat. Before the following person, the following animal will continue until, if you venture maybe as a last, you are not patient enough, and you come to take a bite first, animal, they will chop you raw and you will be banished from their group. What I'm telling you is true. It's true. But it seems like this movement, our leader is in the enemy dungeon. I don't know how some people are seeing this. The power of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is IPOB, nothing more. It's not the lawyers, it's not the family, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of a people. This is the power behind him. That is why he has not been harmed. Therefore, any person that is dealing with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu anyhow, directly or indirectly, even in the DSS dungeon, be it a lawyer, be it anybody, be it a family, the sibling, they need to treat Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a leader of a people. They need to see the structure behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and respect it. That's why I say Igbos are very primitive. I say it. I don't have no apology for that. You can come up for a debate to tell me that no, we Igbos, we are not primitive. Now you make your point, I make mine. People will listen and judge. How can you tell me that just people will be dealing on issues concerning the health of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu without going through consulting the structure that is the backbone behind what makes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu who he is today? Don't you see that it is primitivity? It doesn't matter whether the person is a lawyer, he studied, he has PhD. It doesn't give common sense. And that is the problem we are having. Respect to a structure, to a movement, to an organization. Do you see what is happening? Do you see that it is playing to the gallery of Nigeria? That is the way they want it. That is why any person, this one we write, Kanu family we write, immediately the whole Nigerian media will circulate it. The lawyer will write, immediately the home, because that it makes, they have been looking for ways in order to put crack on IPOB, but no way. So any misinformation they can lay their hands on, it is a plus for them. But little did they know that IPOB is always one family and can never,
Hello. I'm even about to call you now. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just saw your WhatsApp message. So I'll call Mr. Igudlo. the head of admin, so that if it is for her to scan those documents, let her scan it to me, then I'll forward it to them. Then I'll obtain the date to come and start. He's a family man. He's still asleep. All these
I was expecting this. Is what I wanted us to talk yesterday, but you say you were going to come back.
Yes, I went to Ako. One of my friends, one Igbo guy. So his wife is celebrating their baby's birthday, and they say I must be there. So that was why I said, let me call you.
So you have Igbo friends?
I have a lot of them now.
You have a lot. You have a lot of them.
Plenty safe. if I go to trade fair now, this is what did they call it? If I enter trade fair, I don't buy cosmetics now. Now that is the design. I have a lot of them in Alaba too, safe. But
most
of my friends are.
You have them like this. But yes, you just stand behind Buhari Bugidam.
Because if you don't befriend an Igbo man, you are lost already. You understand?
I don't understand. You say you don't befriend an Igbo man.
Yes, because the secretive manuscript of mankind is in the hands of Igbo. They are born with it. So, and some of us, we came to meet the Igbos in a country called Nigeria. They are the original because they originated from the Kemet Empire. You understand? And that is why they think, because the secret of this world is in the hands of Igbos. You don't know?
Don't know.
Because they say make them not bring foreign rice. I bought foreign rice the first time yesterday. So there is nothing.
You say you bought foreign rice in first time.
In first time yesterday.
And they must bring it.
16,500. Whether they like it or not, there is one thing people don't understand. In this video, they say make the ban motto. Just they do motto. Igbos, they are the Jews, they are the black Jews. And the Jews, even them, they themselves are afraid of Igbos. That is why they refuse to claim them as Jews. Because they have the same DNA.
Even the same Jews are afraid of Igbos.
They are afraid of Igbos. You don't know? my younger brother. My immediate younger brother. He's a major in Directorate of Military Intelligence. He is now Nigerian military attaché to Nigerian High Commission in Pakistan. They went for one intelligence gathering one time. Afghanistan border.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service. Sorry for my interruption because I have to regulate something at the background. Therefore, as I was saying, it beats my understanding how people, mostly Igbos, try to always downplay or disrespect our collectivity, the structure. It is above my understanding. Everybody wants to play his individual fiddle, his individual game that is bigger than a structure. You cannot. You can never be bigger than a structure. You are an individual. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today is what he is because we hit to his clarion call. Chukwokike use him in order to wake all us up, and we come together to become a formidable force we are today as the indigenous people of Biafra, a worldwide phenomenon movement. Millions of people. Do you know that? Now, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the dungeon, in the Nigerian secret cell, secret police dungeon today. He's not there because he's from Kanu family. People should understand this. Had it been Mazi Nnamdi Kanu spoke on radio from year to year and nobody cared to come out, he will just simply disappear. He will disappear he will dissolve into highest. He will start making contacts with politicians in order to join the finish and their end stage. There's a point I want people hearing my voice to learn, to understand today. Because all this nonsense that are going on, now they have created Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family. How dare you in a movement? You start talking about family. In 2015, when our leader was abducted or arrested, let me call it arrest, he was arrested in Lagos. There is nothing, no voice like Kanu family. Everything was going on, smoothly. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came out. Today, you see people that wants to become something. You see people that believe that, as I'm answering Kanu, surname is Kanu, therefore this man now is monopolized. If we leave Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being left, there is nothing you can do as a family. I mean, as a personal family, there is nothing you can do. I am telling you honestly, there is nothing you can do. Just hold on also.
You know that they went to a village in Peshawar. They met Igbo guys entering Afghanistan. What are they going to do? You can't ask a Jew to go to Afghanistan the way it is. So Igbos, they are like that. So the only thing is that when you befriend them, they will vomit the little things you will need to know to survive. They will vomit it to you. I'm working, the MD of my company is an Igbo man now from, what they call it? He's than I am now. Now his son is the MD of my company. You understand? There was a time where we spent more than 2 years. He was still paying us salary, and we are not getting a contract. Is that not mystery? Is it?
Is that
than I am now.
Is that not mystery?
It's a mystery now.
Paying salary.
They're paying salary, and you are not getting any contract. And he even increased salary that period. You see? And nobody knows. There was a time even Board of Internal Revenue came to lock our office. They say this man get oil, he got oil well. They say he get this, he get that. If they say make he pay tax, he will pay. Even if they say make he pay 1 billion, he will pay. Is that not mystery? Is it? If there is anybody you will fear on this earth, is Igbos.
I'm surprised to be hearing this thing from you.
Now, Igbo, you go fear.
Upon all this fight, where are the fights with you?
You see, let me tell you one thing. Do you know why Babangida remain relevant in Nigeria?
No.
It's because he dined and wined with the Igbos. And that is why he remained relevant in Nigeria. You know, when Babangida was head of state, if he visit any state, he don't go to government house. He sleep in an individual Igbo house. You don't know? So, and he's a free Nigerian. Have you ever had any assassination attempt on Babangida before? After he left power?
No, I've not.
Is it like there is one thing people don't understand, and that is why Buhari is finding it difficult. He say dollar this, he say this. And the rate at which even people are bringing in things into Nigeria is even more than when.
Welcome back. We must continue, as I was saying, because we must continue preaching this gospel. I have some interruptions, but we must continue. As I was saying, how is it that our people, we have to respect structures? That is what I was saying. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is left for his family now, there is nothing. If the Nigerian government will even burn everything, nothing will happen. But they are looking at a force behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That is what I want people to understand. Therefore, I'm telling you honestly, in the name of a lawyer, I don't know. Instead of doing something accordingly, they only want to make his brain shit. Why not align yourself with the structure behind Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so that things not go for me? What is it? Why are Igbos mostly, why do they Igbos love or like disarray? Why? This thing only no be sometimes if I think about it. Onyajo. Do you see this individualism? This is the main cause of our problems. Don't you know Don't you know that is an insult to us? Don't you know that? A leaderless people who tell you that, studying history, and you know that there was Arab confederacy. When the Europeans came, they wanted to colonize us. Who organized Ekumeko warriors? If we have no leaders, who organized them? You say it's a group. Ekumeko, they are warriors. Warriors under who? Without a leader, without leaders, you can never organize warriors like this. So we should stop, playing this thing our enemies are using to disorganize us. We have a king, we have kings, we have leaders. Let me call leaders. Do you understand? Let us not be hiding under this useless mantra. I call it outdated. There is no people that should not have a king. Our Ekumeko warriors were organized under leadership. Now tell me, if Igbos don't have leadership, why? How were they able to organize and resist for 31 years? You are going to tell me that Biafra 1967 to 1970, they didn't have a leader, and they organized and resisted for almost 3 years. Is that what you are going to tell me? Or is that what you are telling me? Let us be factual sometimes, not only making statements and saying words that has no meaning. Words that we are used, or statements that we are used to undo us. Who tell you that Igbo? This mantra is an insult to us. That is it. Therefore, because when you continue making all these statements, you continue feeling in your head that no person can tell you anything to do. And we continue making mistakes. Look at in Alaba International Market that was built by Igbo. Look at how they are trying to evict them. To destroy. Now they are facing there to destroy their goods. Why? Because of this individualistic character. Now I played it where somebody videoed. And somebody was talking. He said, now they gave us bill. Every time we are living at the mercy of other people. Why is it so? Are we the only people that we are defeated in a war? Are we the only people? I used to ask this question. Japan was defeated in a Second World War. Germany was defeated in a Second World War. China, we are defeated in different wars, several wars with Britain. Opium Wars, first and second. Do you understand that? Even China lost some wars, old-time wars with Japan, sometime. Occupied by Japan, some part of China. But today they are bouncing on their feet. All these people. Do you understand me? So we should not be hiding under, Biafra war, we are defeated. Come on. You are not the only person that we are defeated in a war. What matters is the way we rise up, organize ourselves. We have seen that IPOB is an umbrella that is an umbrella unifying us as a people that has structures. But you see, individuals are trying to undermine. I saw the letter by Barrister Jimako. Talking rush there, and it's being carried by Nigerian newspaper. It used to pain me, honestly. I read it, I become pained on somebody. One Chike, as if he don't know that Chike Doziem is the HDOS. He didn't give him the credibility, even in the writing, that he deserves. These are the problems we Igbos are having. We believe that one person is more than an institution. Ask Joseph Okalo today. Where is he? How is he crying? Ask him. Because every Igbo politician, every Igbo man is trying to believing that he himself is more than an institution. That is why we are being ridiculed anywhere, everywhere. Look at the Alaba International Market. Look at the destruction of is it computer market or electronics market in Abuja the other day. All Igbos. Why? Because we disrespect. We don't have institution in ourselves. We disrespect it. Everybody think that now I can make it on my own. You can. There is nothing. There is nothing like you. Until we have we as a people. That is what backs us. We. All those people you have many rich men in Alaba International Market. In that market being destroyed in Abuja. You have many rich people that they will tell you that they will come and boast. I'm living large. I'm living large. Nothing make. I have contact. But when that stigma against us as a people comes, they will also fall victim. That is why we should rally around IPOB, because it is sacrosanct to our existence. That is my point. People should stop looking down on IPOB. Be it a Kanu family, be it a Barise Jimako, it is an insult. Writing something referring to Mazi Chike the HDOS as a one Mazi Chike one Mazi. For goodness sake, why are Igbos with this type of mentality? Only because they, for their own personal benefit. Where has it led to us? I mean, where has it led us to as a people? Always crying, lamenting, because we don't know what community means. We don't know what being in, as a structure, in unison means. That is why I played, you see, the preamble I played. The man said, there are, which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been speaking, has been saying, revealing, Igbo communities, indigenous people, not people that migrated. In Edo, there are plenty. He said the only thing that can unite us is going back to our roots. Returning to our identity, cultural identity. That is the only thing that can unite us. And that is why today I'm going to talk about the decolonization of our minds, of the mind. Do you understand? Decolonization of the mind. Because we can never be what we're supposed to be with a foreign ideology or on undermining our cultural identity. And a people without their cultural identity is a dead people. And unexistent or inexistent people. They don't exist. When people will be, all that matters to them is demonizing anything that concerns us culturally, religiously, traditionally. It is the last point before the death of a people. Because a people without a cultural identity is a lost tribe, a lost people. I'm telling you. Therefore, we should emancipate ourselves from this type of mindset. Being bigger, I am bigger than an institution. I, one. I. Everything you see, most Igbo people, what you hear in their mouth is I. Do you know who I am? Who are you? An individual, you want nothing. You. If you are trying to, you want to travel, you will still go and look for international passports. Who issues it? The government. It's an institution. It doesn't matter how rich or how poor you are. You go and as a citizen, that is what unifies you. What unifies us. That is what you are known for. You must go and apply and get it. Do you see? I want to give you an instance of structure. You understand me? That is wanting identification. That you are identification. Now, why is it that then we look down on structure? We look down on structure. It's a primitive character. For your information, it's primitivity. When you feel that you are bigger than a structure, or you are too big even to go through the structure. No. Instead, that is courtesy. Civilization, advancement in civilization. You have to follow all that. It's just like when you are going in ATM, collect money in ATM. That's why you see Nigerians, they jump lines because they feel that they are bigger than everybody there. So they try to make contact, maybe in a bank or in now come outside and collect me. I beg. I don't want to follow this line because the line is plain. Go to you see white people. Even if the line is 1 kilometer, the person will come quietly and stay patiently. That is advancement in civilization. But for you that wants to jump cut corners all the time, you will think that these people are mumu. No, you are the only mumu. You that wants to jump corners. That is what is common in Nigeria. Before going, you will call. You are in the bank. You are inside. Come out to carry me because the line is too much. For you, yes, you think that but you don't know that you are the most foolish person. If you understand, because you don't obey the line. We should learn how to obey the line. It makes us civilized. If you understand me, if you are checking in at the airport, there is a point. The following person will not pass there. Only the person that is going to collect the boarding pass, you go there, you go to the table. There is the following person. There is a line it cannot cross. It doesn't matter who you are. As long as you are entering into the flight, you come, you stay. Maybe it's maybe 2 meters gap. That person finishes. Now you enter into the line. You enter, you cross. Another person will come and stay. That is order. Orderliness. Obeying structure is not an insult to your personality. Instead, it is advancing. It's you making, proving your advanced character or civilized character. It's a proof. You go, it doesn't matter you're a lawyer, you go to where people are queuing up, you queue quietly. Another person is a banker. Another person is a minister. He comes, he stands. Very sweet. You respect, you don't bypass and start calling, do you know who I am? That is disorder. It brings disorder. And that is what our people are still suffering from. This Mpako, Mpako is a primitive character. Remember, I used to quote for you this biblical chapter. Blessed is the humble, for they shall inherit the earth. They shall inherit the earth. We are losing our earth because of pride. Useless, primitive, animalistic pride. That is why we are losing our earth. Somebody like, how can you be doing something, meeting our leader, is a leader of more than 70 million people that at his back. And that is why Nigeria as a government, that is why they are afraid to harm him. That is why they respect him. But when you are doing now, you call yourself a Kanu family. Okay, or why happen dragging here? So okay, Buri as Kanu family. What will you do? They will crush you under 1 second. Kill everybody in that family. And you can't do anything. Do you see where our people are getting it wrong? Do you see it? But when they do something, when they want to do something, they look at everywhere in the internet we go ablaze. Oh, there is a leader of IPOB. Everybody, media warriors, everybody will be sounding every corners of the world, protests everywhere. Nigerian government will fear and keep quiet and say, because ya chance. They will receive calls. Now, what is happening? Here in Norway, they don't want us to race. Say they are IPOB, their leader. Please, what is happening? They will call the Nigerian ambassador. Say, what is happening? They will say, is there? Please, what is? Other people in Pakistan will call their Nigerian ambassador. Say, what is happening? People are disturbing us here. Say they are IPO. That is what keeps Mazi Nnamdi Kanu alive, not the family, not the family. Not the family. People should put it at the head, in their head, nail it in their head, so that they will respect respect IPOB. Everybody have their respect. IPOB is a structure. It's a movement. It's not one individual. You understand? A tree cannot make a forest. Anything that is going to happen or that concerns Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it should go through the normal process of IPOB. There is nothing bad about contacting and say, look at what I want to do. But when you go carry it as an individual, you want to shine. Who are you? You are just a cell in a body. A single cell can do nothing. You understand? Let us remove this primitive character from our brains. Today, let me go. I wanted to read some news headlines, but I don't want to because of time. Let me go straight to the topic of the day, which is continuation of what I started last Saturday, the decolonization or decolonizing the mind. Decolonizing the mind. That is the topic of my submission today, of which is going to be as brief as I could. Decolonizing the mind. Do not forget that you can listen, you can be listening to us through different platforms. IPOB Community Radio is in the app. In your Play Store application, you can listen to us through IPOB Community Radio. In Biafra land, you can listen to us through our frequency modulation FM station, CHK 102.1. Let me say this. Do you know why this CHK, for people that are new in IPOB, do you know why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave the name CHK? Do you know? It means Chika. So he write it in a short form, CHK. I want people to know this, people that have not known this. Because one brother, one comrade at the early time brought out a huge amount of money in order to sponsor this FM. And he did it. So Mazi Nnamdi Kanu named our FM, this man, Chika, I call it CHK. And you never see this our brother come up on radio to say as quiet as anything. He's a formidable comrade. He's still there. It doesn't make noise. It doesn't come out on the social media to go to platform and say, you know, I contribute. I am the highest contributor on radio. You know, contrary to what other people are saying. You know, it's empty drum that makes the highest noise. Empty drum. Any drum that is full of water or oil, touch it, it doesn't make no noise. But empty drum, touch it, it makes the highest noise. So avoid people making noise. People that are doing something that they don't even make noise. That our brother is hearing my voice now. He's listening. He brought out heavy amount of money. When people are calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that he's a 419, that he just come out to get attention from Nigerian government, I beg, this brother brought out heavy money with others that are not making noise. But when you will see some people, they'll come, hey, I am contributing. I contribute more than everybody on Radio Biafra. And you like that empty drum. Empty drum. You know, they always like to deceive the public, the gullible public, to make themselves known. You know, like the story in the Bible, when Jesus, according to the story, he come out, you know, he castigated the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He said, you people are brood of vipers. You make noise. You go in the marketplace, you show up. It's a show. You show that you are praying in the marketplace. Where people gather, you hey, make on a give chance. I want to pray. Is a show. You are just showing up because you want the people to just recognize you. Because you know you are not real. If you are real, you don't need the people's recognition because you know what you are doing. Do you see the difference? Somebody that is real, he don't need to come out on air or start talking, I do this, I do. No. His actions will be recognized. His actions will speak for him. Nothing more. So when you see these people, remember the Pharisees and the Sadducees. CHK, you can listen to us as I'm talking. People are in Aba, in different parts of Biafra land, even in Olo, are listening to my voice. CHK 102.1. Also, you can on Facebook, you have Radio Biafra House of Service is live. IPOB Rapture Media. You have Biafra Television, Biafra TV. You have the Biafra Digest. Different platforms that are streaming our voices direct. So you don't have any excuse not to listen. Download, or you can download IPOB Community Radio. It's a low data consuming application. IPOB Community Radio. Radio Biafra London also is an application. You can download it directly. Tune in or Simple Radio. All these are different platforms, different applications you can, through which you can be hearing my voice as we are sounding, because this is a revolutionary radio. It is not a radio that we come and paint words. No, we tell you what you want to hear to be happy. We don't want you to be happy. We want you to, the situation we are in. Look at in Alaba International Market. Every time they are pursuing us from everywhere. They are pursuing us. They will pursue them now. Before you know, they will go back. They will settle. As the guy said, they pay. They say, "Oh, you pay 24 million." They will contribute. Pay. You are living a life of slavery. Every time they want to, you settle. When will it end? That is why we call our people, do not forget to, go home. Remember home. East or west, home is the best. They are pursuing us from everywhere. Kunle and Alhaji Shetima, he said, after the 4 years of Buhari, Igbos will remain irrelevant in the Nigerian politics. I say, what are you? If they are saying you are seeing it happen, is it not what is happening today? All Joseph Okalo is crying. A piece or what is crying because they always serve. If they use them, go bring Nigerians in Sudan, go bring run, go to serve, But when another person comes and enters power, they forget that a government will come and go. Somebody will come and rule 4 years or 8 years ago. Another person will come with another policy. Until when will you continue serving like a slave? Why don't you do your own thing? Collaborate with your people in order to have power, have force. Igwebike. Joseph Okalo started killing our people, making on. When you tell him that I know what I'm doing, don't worry, our people, we don't. IPOB is obstructing my Senate presidency 2023. Kill them. Now, after killing and destroying his own brothers, where is he today? Nowhere to be found. Igbo presidency, IPOB. So what happened here? You people are destroying. You want to destroy our chances of being Igbo presidency, and we piped low. Today, what happened? They become from nothing, from zero to minus. Minus 10 is less than zero. You know that. Minus 1 is less than 0. They are minus 10. Before they were 0. Now they have been relegated to minus, negative. You understand? So they have to walk their way towards going to 0 first. Going to nothing. Now they are minus nothing. Minus. They are less than nothing. Think about it. Why? Because the caliphate is wiser than them. They see that these people, they smartly created animosity between them and their people. That is us, the people. They you see Hope Uzodimma. For him now, his world is living above everything. Kill them, burn them. He invite a Bubago to Asari Dokubo, kill everybody. I'm in power. He forget that in few years he will go. You understand? As temporal as power. Before you know it, he is gone. Where is Rocha Sokorocha today? Where are all of them? When you go, you start regretting, I should have done this. You start regretting what you did. I did. But that time they were telling you, Oga, cool down thing. They said, no, Hapuga, Nami, get power. Don't worry. as temporal as power. Let me go to the subject matter of today. Decolonizing the mind. That is part 2. Decolonizing. It decolonize OBI. Because we have been colonized. And one thing I see in Africa, or Black Africa, others rejected this colonization of the mind. Other races rejected colonization of the mind. The Indians rejected it. They were colonized, yes, but they rejected this mental colonialism. They said no. They stood their ground on who they were. And today you see them progressing. Do you see that? You see them progressing. The Arabs were colonized. Iraq, Syria, Saudi Arabia, all were mandate of Palestine, all were colonized by the Europeans. But they rejected the European, mental colonization. They rejected it and stood their ground and continued on their identity, cultural and religious identity. And today you see where they are, progressing. It is only in Africa. You understand? It is only in Africa that they accepted everything. Hook, line, and sinker. If you tell them jump, they say, sir, how high do you want us to jump? You see Africans, you see some people telling you that without Europeans we will be killing slaves. Sometimes I think about this or just scatter my brain. How can? Do you know what it means? Do you know the injustice done to us by the Europeans, by this colonization, including mental colonization? Because they smartly made sure that they colonize everything concerning us, concerning our lives. They didn't give us any gap. And today, you see many of us defending their colonial mentality. Defending what the colonial masters impacted in us. For us to be seeing things in their own way, the way they want us to see it. I've been talking about this computer program. They use algorithmic or Fortran. Wrote programs inside our heads, inside our mentality, in our minds. And we are vomiting all those things. Oh, without Europe, we will be like the wars. You see them bringing out the photo of maybe 18th century in Igbo land. Oh, our people, we are wearing only pant and knicker. And you ask them, bring out the same photo of the Europeans, and you compare. The Europeans met Japan. They met Japan. They were fighting, still going to war with bows and arrows. When even Hausa can produce blunderbuss or gunpowder. Do you understand? But the Japanese that time, they didn't know anything concerning gunpowder. Do you know that? They bought the European technology, high technology. They multiplied it locally. But when Europeans wanted to make a headway through their missionary, they say no, Ghana no go, I beg. They close their mind for them. Say on no go enter. We have our cultural identity to protect. Because a people without cultural identity, or that have lost their cultural identity, is a lost people. Therefore, a colonial mentality is the internalized attitude of ethnic or cultural inferiority felt by people as a result of colonization. Mentality, internalized attitude of ethnic or cultural inferiority. Cultural inferiority. That is why you will see somebody who will start coming out, start talking against our tradition, our culture, our ordinala. That he start telling you that no, it's the European that came and civilized us. And I look at ignorance. Ignorance is what you're talking. I will be listening to ignorance speaking. Because what these people did is to only came and stopped our own, when you say stop, they stopped our own civilization. Let me tell you one thing. The Europeans tried to do the same thing in China, even in the modern time. They tried everything in order to castigate Chinese communism or their system of government, in order to thwart them. They started dishing out to the whole world that the only way to advancement is through this capitalism, through this European system of capitalism. They were dishing out all those propaganda, making it into the brains of everybody, castigating China. But today, where is China? Is China not a world power? They persevered. What you call communism is a democracy also. Look, China has a one-party system. Inside that one party, now they elect their local officials. They are elected under one party. Do you know why they do that? So that the people will not believe their party more than or love their party more than their country, more than their country. You understand? Like what you have in Nigeria. Once you are under a ruling government, a ruling party, you are sent. Do you think that is the best? Do you think that is what it should be? That was what China is a big country. So they need to, humiliate, bring everybody under one umbrella. I'm not promoting their system, no. But I'm telling you that every system, as long as you advance it, you develop it, the end justifies the means. There is not only one road to one place. There are different roads to a common place. You understand? If you are going to America from Japan, you take a different road, a different air route. If you are going to America from Australia, you take a different route. From Africa, you take a different route on the air. But what matters is that you reach the destination. That is the destination that matters. So development and advancement, it doesn't come from one side. No. What the West was fighting is dominance, nothing more. Not your development, no. For them to dominate you, for you to be under that capitalism, that umbrella, that capitalism they are controlling, so that they can be able to control you. It is not about your development. For your information. So let us stop this colonial attitude. It's an internalized attitude of ethnic or cultural inferiority. So that you start saying, no, somebody will be giving an example. Okay, why not reject the telephone? If you reject the European religion, sometimes I say, okay, only with this mentality. Are you telling me that the telephone is being discovered by, constructed solely by, is it the West? Who first entered the space? Is it not Soviet Union? Soviet Union was not part of the West. It's the Eastern Bloc. They are not capitalists, but they worked hard. They were controlling the air before. Don't you know that? Even during the Vietnam War of 1960s, 1967, 68 to 70, even concurrently with the Biafran War, Soviet Union, their MiG was number one. It was superior. You understand? They have superiority on the air. They sent the first human being on air, but they were not using a Western system of government. So what am I trying to tell you? It is not what people think that okay, if you reject the West, why not? Let me tell you, there was a time they call it the golden Islamic golden age. For it's good to study history. Without knowledge of history, you are like you lose. You have no compass, because you will lose magnitude and direction. You understand me? Let me tell you. Do you see the domination or technological domination of the West today? There was a time when this was dominated by the Muslims. Do you know that? Do you know that? From 8th century to 13th century, they call it the golden age of Islam. Do you know why it's called like that? Because that time it was only the Muslims that were technologically upgraded more than every other institution, every other race. Only Muslims. They were enjoying superior technology from 8th to 13th century. For your information, you know that when Baghdad was the center of the world technology. Baghdad, Iraq, you are hearing today. Do you understand that? Do you know what stopped it? Do you know why they started going down? And now the Europeans now smartly, after the age of Renaissance, awakening of the Europeans, they were smart. They started stealing all those inventions of the Arabs and the black people and continuing it. You know what matters is consistency. The European, let me tell you, as I said, the Europeans, they smartly started taking what the Arabs were jettisoning. Because that time they were from 8th to 13th century. Study your history. The Europeans were at the helm of affairs technologically. They call it the golden age of Islam. Do you understand? The golden age of Islam until 13th century. Do you know what stopped it? A time came when one radical, useless imam rose up. Now, this imam, he started preaching that mathematics is devilish. I want you to understand what religion can cause a people. He started preaching that mathematics was evil, is demonic. So all these scientists that we are assembling from every corner of the world and embracing Islam in Baghdad, they were producing things technologically, advancements, this and that, everything going on. They call it the golden age of Islam. That time Islam was number one in technology in this planet Earth. If you are not if you are a scientist, you must be a Muslim. Do you know that? What I'm saying today might shock many people, but go and make your researches. That is the truth. So that when you started telling me that all these things were manufactured, invented by the European, that is a lie. They change many things. They change history. They started taking trademark this thing, putting everything under their name, writing history that they invented it. They invent lie. Many of them are lies. From 8th to 13th century. How many centuries? How many? About 5 centuries. Muslims were dominating this world technologically. Do you understand me? What made the conquest of Spain, Iberia Peninsula? Do you know the reason? Let me tell you. The invasion of Spain. It is not because you don't study history now. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has activated our brain so that we make researches. We want to know more because we don't know. As I say, I don't know nothing. I want to know more. You know that? The conquest of Iberian Peninsula from 7th to 15th century, 8th to 15th century, 800 years plus. Do you know the starting? They were conquered by the black people. Let me tell you. By the Moors. That time black race were called Moors. M-O-O-R. You understand? There was nothing like black. They called them Moors. You understand me? It was what started this conquest or invasion of Spain. It was still the tribal fighting, infighting of Europeans. That time there was a Germanic tribe. That time German was called the Visigoths. Do you understand me? There was one of the German sub-tribe or faction of the Visigoths. They called the Witizens. The Witizens invite. They want to conquer. They want to remove the man they call usurper Roderick, who was the king of the Visigoth kingdom that time. A tribe, a brother, their brother wants this man. They don't like this man. They want him gone. They want to kill him. So they have to invite the foreigners. Which foreigners they invited? They invited the Muslim that time. The Muslim controlling the northern Africa, the Africa and the Middle East. The Rashidun Caliphate, the Caliphate that time. Say, come help me kill my brother, conquer him. They say, okay. Exactly the same thing that happened in Kwara, Ilorin. What I'm telling you, this is a historical fact. The Witizens in 710 AD. They invited, they said, please come and help us. This man is a very wicked man. That is why it is dangerous to invite foreigners to come to help you kill your brother, kill your people. It is highly dangerous. I don't know why the Igbo politicians, they don't know this. Does it mean they don't study history or what? Does it mean they don't listen? I don't know. Now this man, the king, is it Ibn something? He ordered the Amazis, the Moors of Africa. He said, you are in charge of that area. That zone is for you. Go and help the Witizens in order to destroy their brother. When you do it, you know now, you know what happened. Allah have given us, we give you that land and you take it. Don't mind the useless man that is inviting you. The useless people. They call it the Witizen tribe. You understand? The Witizens. It's a Germanic, you know, now they change everything, you know, mutation, evolution, it's been changed. So they call them Germany now. But let me tell you, Germany, they had different tribes. They fought and killed themselves almost to extinction. The Europeans fought wars more than Africa. Tribal wars, I'm telling you. That is why when I see people talking, I say these are ignorant people. Oh, our people, we kill twins. We are bad. I look, I say, look. Oh, Chineke kuna hiojo. Ignorance is ignorance. It's deadly. So when the Amazis are the original indigenous people of the northern Africa, even down to Black Africa. You understand? Down to Mali. They tell them now they have very warriors. They went and conquered, killed the usurper Roderick. They killed him. Now from there they took over the land, the Iberian Peninsula, and renamed it the Emirate of Cordoba. You know that? They renamed it Emirate of Cordoba. The people that invited them to come and say, oh yeah, now I'm gonna go and I don't help, but they slaughtered all of them. That is how treachery doesn't pay. It doesn't matter what you are fighting with your brother is your brother. Do not never invite a foreigner. Never sell your brother to a foreigner. Otherwise it will be deadly. That foreigner will help you kill your brother after he will kill you. Because he knows that you are stupid. That is what is happening to Igbo politicians. They obey they obey the caliphate to kill their brothers, their people. And when they cause all this enmity between them, there is a huge gap in Biafra land between the government or the governors, the senators, the politicians, which they govern with the masses. They know. The caliphate knows. So that is why they can deal with them at any time without no problem, because the people cannot rise up. Who are you going to? They say, oh, am I going to fight for Ojo Zokalo? To fight for him? Very useless man. The only thing is that they pay some people. Anytime you see them going out and crowd is following them, they need money. It's not in their very few crowd they pay. Nothing more. You see how bad it is? It is very, very bad. So Let me go back about the topic of today's submission: decolonizing the mind. As I said, a colonial mentality is the internalized attitude of ethnic or cultural inferiority felt by people as a result of colonization. That is, them being colonized by another group. It corresponds with the belief that the cultural values of the colonizer are inherently superior to one's own. Do you see why the Europeans perpetuated this, their act of, their, how do I call it? Their evil and wicked acts. To the extent they perpetuated it to enter religion, spirituality. So that now they tell you that a white man came, the person that died for you is a white, now say, but Satan is black. They put this perpetual bondage, mental bondage. So that when you think about God, you think about white person. They put race, they tribalize God. They tribalize God. It is colonial mentality, colonization of the mind. I'm talking about decolonization of the mind, decolonizing the mind. They colonize our mind. When you think about God, go and dream. Oh, I saw the Son of Man. Who is it? Which color? They know it's bright, very white color. Is that photo you are seeing for actors? If you tell yourself the truth, that is it. Because that is what they colonize your mind to be thinking like that. So everything when you see a white man, oh, you are seeing God. The way they paint black person, Satan, they paint him black, so that it will make you reject anything our own. You say no, it's devil, it's devil, it's devil. Even the spirits of our land that are trying to manifest in order to help us. Do you know about pacification of spirits? Do you know that knowledge, wisdom makes even the Europeans to know? That is the people you call the Illuminati. They can pacify the spirits of their land. When you talk, when you see, or when you hear about America holding alien in the desert of is it Nevada, it might be truth. When you hear about the wisdom of Solomon, what do you think is the wisdom of Solomon? Somebody that has the wisdom in order to pacify spirits, to use them, work for their benefit. But because we are so naive, even spirits that are trying to manifest in our land in order to do something positive, we now use die by fire, die by fire, die by fire. Start pursuing and disturbing and fighting spirit. How can you fight spirit? It still remains that wisdom in order to pacify and use them for building our country. Developing, let me tell you, building a nation involves many things, both spiritual. Let me tell you, things we don't know, we demonize them. It's very bad. When you demonize, oh, these are the Illuminati, I hate it. Why not go deep and try to find out what these people know? That they are using it to control the world. Do you know that controlling the world, do you think it's easy? Building spaceships that goes to space, do you think it's easy? There are things they are using. We talk about the other day, we talk about californium being a mine in Borno State. A gram of californium is 27 point something million dollars. A gram, 1 gram. And in the internet, they brought a sample of it in Africa. They have it in Congo, they have it in Nigeria, in Borno. That is what they use Boko Haram in order to steal. Now, let me ask. If you, in this your mindset, colonial mentality that makes no research, in 1 trillion years, even if you see californium, do you know what it's used for? Uranium that is in Africa, in Gabon, in many countries of Africa, in Gabon, uranium is in Gabon, is in Niger Republic, even some later in Nigeria. But they will not tell you that. They are being controlled and mined and taken to Europe, the West. Let me ask you, in 1,000 years, with this your religious colonial mentality, do you know how to use uranium? Instead, when maybe a piece of land that contains uranium that will be leaking, and the things, people will be dying of radiation mysteriously, you will say, oh, it is Satan killing people. You believe like that. You will not go into research. There was 1 year I could remember, I forgot how many years now. I read this one time in one magazine in Cameroon, in one part of Cameroon. They woke up, many thousands of people died in that village. Almost the whole village died while sleeping. Almost the whole village died while on bed. Nobody woke up. I think it's only just few people survived in that village. It was dreadful. I don't know whether it's more than up to 20 years now. I don't know, or 15 years or something thereabout. In Cameroon. Go and make research. You will see it. It just occurred to me now. I read it. They woke up. A village was exterminated. No person died. No person woke up. For many days, no person can enter into that village. It was dreadful. Do you know the cause? Poison gas that came out naturally from the soil. I think it was a side of that mountain, Cameroon, something like that. Poison gas. But it is people, still people that come out from white people that started coming researching. What is the cause of these people's death? You, with your colonial mentality, you will say, oh, it is Satan that have killed. Oh, let us go and cast out Satan for killing. No, but they found out that it is poison the gas that came out, I think, from a river. That killed people. People started breathing it and dying in their sleep. A family destroyed. It wiped off families in Cameroon. I'm telling you. All these things. Our oil. Can you even drill oil? Do you know why? Because you are still colonized mentally. You don't go into deep research. Anything that is above you, you cannot understand. Now you believe one thing. Oh, it is Satan. No, it is God. No. It is not like that. You continue researching and find out, say, what is the cause of this thing. From there, you start looking for something. That is knowledge, increasing knowledge. That is what we preach here. Not superstition, which is killing us. Before you know, you attribute it to something. When you see people, you are binding the spirit of Illuminati. You cast the spirit of Illuminati. Cast the spirit of Illuminati. Hey! People that are controlling this world, they have a different wisdom. They have some type of packaged wisdom you don't know. Why not strive to know that, have that knowledge, so that it will warrant you have the wisdom of Solomon. Solomon that controls the spirits, and spirits work for the interests of the country. That is why he was able to build the Solomon's temple that time. Very magnificent. Something that it will take modern technology today to build. When you read the wisdom of Solomon, it will tell you he commanded spirit. They started raising rock, boulders that are many tons heavy. They worked for him, building the temple also. These are Illuminati. They have secret. Stop yabbing knowledge. When you see something that is superior, don't condemn it with religion. Go down and say, what if I can get this knowledge? If we can have this type of knowledge in order to build nuclear weapon, do you know what it means? Do you know what it means? Now you are talking of californium. Oh, they are stealing californium. Can you know, even if they give you californium, 1 ton of californium, do you know what to use it for? it takes inquisitive wisdom to question everything. It doesn't take condemnation, using religion to condemn the Illuminati. Hey, Illuminati. That knowledge the Illuminati have, I say, let us have it so that we can control our country and control others. We become among the world powers that can shape world order. That is something, aspiration of a wise human being. Not to condemn it. This Illuminati, I beg, let us pray against them. Because you're a slave. You don't want to be a player. You want to be a watcher. Let us continue. Remember, I'm talking about decolonizing the mind. A colonial mentality sees everything concerning his values as either inferior or evil. Today, the colonized mentality makes Africans to travel to Mecca, Rome, or Jerusalem at other people's shrines, while relegating their own shrines as satanic and evil. Do you see the colonial mind? Colonial mindset. Oh, you see Africans traveling, to worship. I think now they are going to pilgrimage. They are going to pilgrimage in Mecca. Do you know that the Kaaba, where they are running around, this world, they will tell you, oh, it's a shrine. That shrine is that you are praying in a shrine. Oh, no, you are worshiping shrine. Oh. But you are paying your ticket to travel thousands of kilometers to other people's shrine to pray there. You say God is omnipresent now? You say he's omnipresent, isn't it? Which means he's everywhere. Now, why is it that you are going to go far? Is there now you are going to go to pray in other nations' shrine? Ebende ozo mejiri, me maya ofuma, fight all for it, retain no ya. Let me tell you for your information. That Kaaba, you know what it means? Kaaba in Arabic, you know what it means? Cube. That is square. That is the only thing. That Kaaba where Muslims are going to pray in Mecca, it was their shrine, the indigenous Arabic shrine there. Before Islam, pre-Islamic, it was there before Islam. Are you hearing me? It was a shrine that was being worshipped on. A place they used to pray before Islam came. Islam started 610 AD. When they say Prophet Muhammad started having revelations of his revelations. Do you understand me? That Kaaba, people are now going, that is Islam, they turned into Islam. It has been there predating Islam. I don't know, people are listening to me. I want, even if you are listening, what we are saying is a historical fact. It's not something, we are not attacking anything. It is historical. It is something historical fact. The Kaaba has been there. Muslims were praying. Do you know, before 624 AD, do you know where Muslims were praying towards? They were facing Jerusalem. Anywhere they were facing Jerusalem, praying towards Jerusalem, just like the Jews. But the time came, they thought, Prophet Muhammad thought like a human being, a wise person, a wise human being he is. He said, no, how can we be promoting other people's culture? This our shrine, though it was pre-Islamic, which means they were Gentiles, but we have to, promote our own thing. Therefore, he sanitized that Kaaba, where people are visiting from everywhere. But when you condemn your thing, others we see it as a potopoto. The same way people are condemning our tradition today. People are seeing it as potopoto. That is the reason why when you talk about Ahmadiyya, hey, everybody says Satan, Satan, oh, Satan, Satan. May we be delivered from this ignorance. This Kaaba has been there. It was where the Arabs were worshipping their deities. They say it contained 360 deities or 365 deities Arisha Pirabi inside that place. Before Islam came, they didn't abolish it, they didn't destroy it. Before, with that first zeal of Islam, they were praying, facing Jerusalem. They promote Jerusalem that it is where God is. It is. But after a time, they thought, they said, no, we shouldn't be promoting people's something. We have to promote our own, because it will be at our own advantage in future. You see, people we are stranded in pilgrims. Muslim pilgrims. We are stranded in Lagos for many days now using IRIC. You are stranded in Lagos in order to go to another country's shrine. When you talk about their shrine, they cannot do it. You know, the reason Africans we love already made, but the fight to make that your own, no way, is difficult. No, it will bring problem. You don't know that these people that you are going to their place enjoying, they pass all these problems even worse. But they insisted. They insisted. Consistency. They continued. Blood was shed in order for them to come up with this thing. Let me tell you, it took Islam 250 years to gain orthodoxy in the Middle East. Do you know that? Blood was shed after Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad. All the caliphate started coming. Different people started warring factions. The Rashiduns, they call them the Rashidun Caliphate. They came. People that believe in Abu Bakr to continue as that succeeded Muhammad. Others believe in his in-law, Ali, the Shiite and the Sunni. Do you understand? They clashed. They continued. People they were wobbling for 250 years. That is why when I'm speaking here, people should not think that Biafra will be a bed of roses at the beginning. What we are laying a foundation for the future generations. It might take time. Do you understand? You know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started this broadcast, this enlightenment broadcast, by letting our people know that we have to deliver ourselves from mercantile mentality. People didn't understand what is mercantile. It's a killer mentality, a mentality of you buy, you sell. No. What you are looking, because as you are buying something 100 naira, you are already you want to make gain, because the more you sell quick, the more your money increases. It is not the same thing as what we are doing. What we are doing, it might take time, it might take 50 years, it might take 100 years in order for everything to be in place, because we are not the first, neither we are the last. I don't know, sometimes I don't know, words are not sufficient for me to express, to expose what is in me. I'm telling you honestly, words are not sufficient. I don't know the right words to bring them out. Now, this shrine people are going to worship in. They go to Saudi Arabia. They go around, I don't know how many times, 7 times, or I don't know. They come back believing that, they are with God. They don't know that this is something prepared by human being. Somebody, a wise person, an illuminated mind. Illuminated mindset that didn't have mercantile mentality, that they didn't. Do you know the father of modern Hebrew, Eliezer ben Yehuda? I talked about him the other time. Do you know that he died of tuberculosis in 1922? Do you know his wife was so sickly, very poor? He died of tuberculosis in 1922. I know that time there was tuberculosis has no cure. Simple. They were so. But today there is no Israeli, no Jew that don't know about Eliezer ben Yehuda, who gave them their language they are speaking today. So that Eliezer, he didn't do what he's doing in order to get the benefit that he will reap. What we are doing today is not that we must reap what we are doing. Look at Wada. Has Wada Marianti Head not gone? He is now in the other side. Look at watching at us, fighting. But do you know how many brains he opened? He contributed in their enlightenment or enlightenment process. Is it that he is going to reap the benefit? You know, we compare everything with the physical benefit. Nah. After Biafra, I will be the prime minister. I will be the minister of this. That is, you are simply a novice, a primitive Neanderthal. You are. We are doing something, laying foundation that we might not even reap nothing. That is why when I see people that are going only for money, a kind of family. And now what prico? With the law, with the nka, with the doctor, but I'm not going to prico. I got a doctor, I get you in Australia. We sue the World Congress in Australia to tell them about all this thing we are doing for you to come out. Do you think that he will say don't do? He's a human being. He wants anything that can make him come out. He will say, okay, don't worry about money. Take money, don't worry. Sign. Madam Finance. I say, I'm going to go approve. Now sign up. Do these people know? Do you know that? Let me say, in a positive mood, try to understand me. Do you know the worst thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has done? I'm talking it in a positive, but try to understand me. The worst thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has done is, opening people's eyes, mostly in the diaspora, opening people's eyes. In the diaspora, mandi criminal knowledges of different things. Now you think that I like this. I now watch. It's my followers of Wazirike, local champion. In years of Wazirike, everything was local. In Nigeria now. Do you know the people in IPOB? I akpe. Different godo people, men and women. Mepe anya like this. Now make a choose email like imagine in another way. Mbana. Amwego wani lokan. I'm telling you honestly, because ndi mepranya ndia na auto IPOB from everywhere around the world. Many people are gwage their life. Ojo biagegesi na o ndi anona this struggle, because all of us are important. Ma mebu, ma mfo, ma ihe niile I dem na this struggle. Mandi gogoro mmiri, mandi gagoro desert, mandi wagoro ohia, mandi gara in a very hostile situation, and they survive. They take us for granted. No, these people safe. Hey, Chineke kuna yojo. So remember, I'm talking about decolonizing the mind. We must continue. So I was talking about the Kaaba was a shrine in pre-Islamic times. Muslims were praying towards the direction of Jerusalem until 624 AD, when it was changed towards Mecca. Now they indigenized their system of worship by adding value to their local pre-Islamic shrines with a concocted story that it was built by Abraham and Adam, which holds till today. Now, in order to add value to that their shrine, old shrine, where they call pagans worshiping, you know what they did? Now they changed the story. No, Abraham, which is Abraham, and Adam. Adam, you are seeing the first creation in human being, the father of all human being, according to the Bible and Quran. It's Adam. So they say it's Adam that built this place. Do you know the idea they are putting? That's why I say, religion is man-made. They do it for their own benefit. They change the story. That, don't worry, this shrine, though it was there before Islam came, but it was built right from time by the first human being, Adam. And after Abraham took over. The same thing the Europeans did. By converting their paganism, they now call it Christianity. Everything about Christianity. They turned Zeus into Jesus. They are deities. And people in the Africa and the buy now, they are dying on it to say, yeah, this is a true God. You don't know that these are things that people concocted. The same thing they changed Kaaba, the place where people will buy tickets of thousands, hundreds of thousands of naira to go. People buy tickets from all over the world, dying. People want to go there to die safe. The wise people, they brought this advantage to their. Do you know how much Saudi Arabia is making on religious pilgrimage and holidays? Do you know how much? Billions of dollars every year. Without their oil, their religious pilgrimage gives them money. Do you understand? This is something that was being instituted by an Illuminati. Somebody, when I say Illuminati, a wise one. I praise him, I praise them for instituting that, no matter at all difficulty. That is why we must institute our own Biafra. In order for our future generations in the next 100, 200, 300 years upwards, we continue enjoying. Do you understand me? Okay. This is the same way Europeans padded and packaged their own pagan worship into what you have today as Christianity. Exactly the same thing. Well, if I'm telling you something, I'm not saying it. These are historical facts. Go and make your researches. You will find out. Because you will know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Hearing it is not enough. Go and try to know it. Knowing it, you ask questions before knowing. Asking questions is investigation. Making researches. That's it. Remember, Muhammad was driven out of Mecca in 620 Christian Common Era. Upon his return to Mecca in 629, 630 CE, the shrine became the focal point for Muslim worship and pilgrimage. Had it been, Muhammad didn't have foresight. Prophet Muhammad, because he's a prophet, he would have continued allowing them to focus on Jerusalem while praying. And today, Saudi Arabia will not be getting the billions of dollars they are getting. Instead, everything will be transferred to Jerusalem. People will be going to Jerusalem in order to pray, for pilgrimage, Islamic pilgrimage. Do you know that? In the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They will be going there for pilgrimage. And the money will be going to the people, they are Palestinians and Israelis. Do you know that? That's why Israel grants pilgrims to come, Christian pilgrims. It's not, they don't believe in Christianity, but their money, their money, they sweet them. Like this pastor, what is the name, that traveled to Israel? Do you know how much? Ask him how much did he, Papa, Mpa, Daddy, Mpa. Ego like he spend. He will if care is not taken, it will be more than $100,000 that they spend, because here, mama. Everything, always you pay, because they know you have money. You come with money. So, as they are trying to make law to ban Christian preaching, but they say, come, this is where they burn your Christ. Oh yeah, come here. Because they want your money. As you are coming as a tourist, it brings jobs to them. That is, that Illuminati wisdom. Do you know that? It is not about acrimony. No, we are not going to allow any person. No. They allow, come, but for their citizens, so don't preach about Christianity to them. You understand? But come, go to your pilgrimage. Any movement you make, you pay. And that money you are paying, the country needs it to advance, for their citizens to live very fine. Do you see it? Do you see it? Today, in Obaro, Anambra, there are Indian oil companies drilling and siphoning our crude oil with no royalty paid to the Anambra state. And we are like zombies pursuing, buying and selling. Do you know why? Do you know why Indians are doing like that? They are progressing more than Nigeria. They were colonized like they colonized Africans, but they are progressing. And if you want to cheap kidney transplant, you run to India. They have the technical know-how. Everything, things are moving to the right direction. They are atomic superpower. You know why? Because they stood their ground mentally. They didn't allow the Europeans to colonize their minds. They retained their cultural identity. When we talk about cultural identity, it involves religion. But you that collected everything, you swallow hook, line, and sinker. You must wear suit in order to look like Europeans. Where are you today? You only boast with foreign passports. That's it. You only boast with foreign. You stay there and start boasting. Now I have Italian passport, so I have German passports, I have American passports. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Are you not ashamed? Decolonize your mind today. Indians, they decolonized their mindset. They didn't allow colonization to enter their mind. They are only physical colonization. They were physically colonized. When they want to give them that colonization to drink it, to enter their stomach and mind, they say no. They resisted it and stood their ground. And today they are doing fine. You understand? Every other race has their own gods. Resemble them. India, they have their gods. Krishna. Or never, no, is it never? Never, what do they call it? The male and female Hindu. It resembles them. Arabs, they have their gods. It resembles them. Gods and prophets, it resembles them. Asians, Japanese, their gods, it resembles them. South Koreans, their gods, it resembles them. Just call it. The Europeans, their God, it resembles them. Black man, where is your own God? Satan. No, we don't. Oh, no. We are worshiping Satan. The wretched of the earth. The wretched of the earth. That is what black people are. Find your God. Every other race has their own gods resemble them. They have their shrines respected and revered in their own land. But it is only the black race that does not have any effigy of their God resembling them. Instead, in their colonial mindset, every spirit associated with black color is evil and satanic. This is because our minds are colonized. Remember this quotation I used to make. Go and read the book of Daniel in the Bible, 12:37. Read there. Read what did it. Daniel chapter 2. Also, pastor na quote Bible. Chineke na-echeta oge m na-quote nna dote quote way like this. Esi na onye okay ebe ọ pakara ihe niile. Go and read the book of Daniel chapter 12 verse 37. Can you quote there? What did he say there? Let me okay on my come go quiet again. On my screen. Let me read it. On my smartphone. Daniel Kaikokwa Beacon. Daniel chapter 11. Okay. Daniel chapter 11 verse. Oh, oge anyị na-aga church, I got Sunday school, quote ha Bible. Ọmụ onye na-ebu ụzọ pam amago m ebe ọ nọ. Piam bupụta gụwa a na-eto. Ịma na a na-aka ịga gị mkpụrụ ọjọọ n'ime Chukwu okike abịama. Mkpụrụ ọjọọ n'ime. Let me read it. Daniel chapter 11 verse 37. Neither shall he regard the God of their fathers. Sorry, not 37, 11 verse 27. Let me read it. What am I saying? Daniel chapter 12. Kamurakwa ken kem na-emezi this mistake. Daniel chapter. I'm coming, please. I'm coming. I'm looking at that place. Let me see. The place he said, and those that worship their own God, that know their God, shall be fortified and perform exploit. That is what it says. I will get it. I will get it. I will get it. Daniel chapter 11 verse 37. Yes. Sorry, I have mistake this place. But we must continue. I used to quote it, or I will bring it out. Don't worry. I'll bring it out. So what am I trying to say in this place? As time goes on, I'll bring out this quotation. That place says, those that know their God shall do exploits, shall be powerful, and perform exploits. He said, those that know their God. Why is black race not doing exploits? Because we don't know our God. We don't know our God. We castigate our God. We demonize it. We do everything. We refer it to evil and start fighting against it. Oh yeah, lie also lie in you understand? But those that know their God, we pacify that their God, and they walk in harmony. They walk hand in hand. Do you understand? They will walk hand in hand in order to develop their land, in order to give them the brains to develop their land. But when we are fighting against the spirits of our land, what will happen? They will turn against us. They will turn, only what they will be doing is bad thing. That is it. Human being, we should have power. We are created with power, even to control, to manipulate, pacify, manipulate, and control spirits, because we are in our own space. Do you understand? Daniel chapter 12 verse 32. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes. Daniel chapter 12. Mazi, I don't know why Daniel chapter 12 verse 11 verse 32. Yes, I've seen it. Let me read it, please. The force of a structure, Biafrans, our force is that is the community. Look, do you know how many people that have inboxed me this number now? That is the power we have. If left only me, maybe I will start stuttering before I know you will, because when you forget something in yes, I seen it 11:32. I will read it. Don't worry, I'll read it. Many people are inboxing me this. That is the power we have. When you need something immediately, before you know, it will be provided thousands of times. That is our force. But some Neanderthals among us don't understand it. They think that they can do it alone. Oh, Kanu family, only you are nothing. You know, you are, as an individual, you are just like a cell in a body. A cell in a body is nothing. Just use needle, you pierce your, just small thing, scratch. You ask, as you are scratching maybe thousands of cells even. Wasting them is nothing. Do you understand me? But as a group, we become formidable. Daniel chapter 11 verse 32. Yes. Let me read it. And such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt by flatteries. But the people that do know their God shall be strong and do exploits. He didn't say the people that know God. Because if you say the people that know God, which means there is a standard God, you know, he said that know their God. Their God. Which means each people have their God that they work with. If you know your God and recognize your God, now you'll be powerful and do exploits. We are not doing exploits because we are eulogizing other foreign gods. We are as relegating our gods, our shrines, Arochukwu shrine. We relegate it as evil. Different of our shrines, we relegate them as evil. But look at Prophet Muhammad. The shrines that they were using in pre-Islamic time, he now turned it, do it well. Now come up with a story that this thing is godly. It is Abraham that revealed to me. It's Adam built it, and now people are coming there from all over the world, making billions of dollars, revering there. You see it? Because they know their God. But we that are follow anywhere, I go Jerusalem, go and pray in the Western wall of other people's shrine. You are praying there, you are happy. You are happy. You go to Rome. Why you have a evidence in our land? Why do you relegate it to demon? Why? Here, the spirit of our land is asking, I'm telling you honestly. Let me continue because it's taking time a bit. Okay. A country like India was physically colonized, but they rejected and refused the colonization of their mind. They rejected the colonizers' religion and reshuffled their land borders. Whereas we Africans wholeheartedly accepted all of the above, religion, land borders, etc. We became totally colonized, both physical and even more dangerously mentally. Remember, every development starts from the mind, and when the mind is colonized, it is imprisoned. And it has to first of all struggle to come out of her prison before it could be able to engage in her own development and advancement. A prisoner has no dignity or respect until he becomes free. That is why, you know, what the West is always struggling is to make sure that we are subjected to their own pattern of ideology. That is, imprison us ideologically. So that once we are imprisoned, immersed in their own ideological prison, now they can control us forever. That is why the deputy American vice president came all the way to Africa. All that he is clamoring is equal this thing with LGBT. Can she go to Saudi Arabia and clamor for that? The answer is no. Can she go to Dubai and Arab countries to do that? The answer is no, because they saw us as people that are colonized mentally. So anything they pump it highest, they use money, and as they are doing. I think they have sanctioned Uganda. They are talking about democracy, and they. But when they come in a country, now majority of the people say, look, the type of life we want to live, that is democracy. They say, no. This minority, very few individuals, you have to abide by what they say. What a hypocrisy. What they are doing is to continue immersion or immersing us into mind prison. Mental colonization. We continue dwelling there so that they continue teaching us how to be democratic. Look at democracy in Nigeria now. Their democracy. Is it not ballot paper? Is it not they spend how much? Spend billions of dollars to print for PVC. Okay, all those things is, whereas they know that all this thing doesn't work. Joe Biden congratulated Tinubu that, oh, it will help economic growth. Well, how can you help economic growth to a country that doesn't have electricity? How? Just tell me. All these are in order to continue controlling us, to exploit us, continue exploiting us. They have gotten a better deal with Tinubu, who was a criminal in America. Do you understand me? A criminal in America. Well, he has gotten a better deal from them. So you have to come and let me tell you, it is only us that can deliver us from the nonsense we are in. Do you understand me? No foreign government, all that any government, any foreign America, what America will do only to remove any government that is a threat to them, like Gaddafi. Libya was the number one country in Africa living fine, have a surplus of more than going to $200 billion. No, they are not, they don't have any credit to any country. Nothing. They live fine. But they see that if this man continues, he will open up other African eyes. So they use a democracy. Now they have imposed democracy in Libya. Don't you see what is happening in Libya? So what this world is a world of exploitation. Where lion eats the lamb. If you are one lion will chop you, eat you, and go his way. Nothing will happen. It is high time we turn away from this being lamb. This is the worst thing they have done to us. Say I we should not be chuku. Do you understand that? Do you understand? Now let me continue. They imprisoned our minds, and any person in prison, what you try to do first is to come out from that prison, because you cannot be in prison and be building a castle outside. No. You, unless you are what is this Colombian, the king of Madeleine, the drug baron, the only man that built the prison that he was in, Escobar. You understand? The European Christianity, because it is not our inherited religion or spirituality, is being used to manipulate and divide us into piecemeals for easy swallow. Are you hearing me? If we can at least say, okay, let us indigenize Christianity so that we no more have divisions among us. But when you do that, the American headquarters of Assemblies of God say, no, it is not our, we give the command to Assemblies of God. Say, no, this is not our church. You have to separate yourself from unbelievers. Who are they calling unbelievers? Your brothers. Jehovah's Witness with the American headquarters will give you orders. Say, no, this is not our modus operandi. Do not have something to do with people that are fighting for the world kingdom. Do you see how they use these things to destroy us? Until we are able to make sure, if we are using Christianity now, we indigenize it the way Russia did and severed a connection with Rome. England also did the same thing. It was not something palatable. They fought wars. Do you know that? It took blood. So whatever we are doing, this ideological awakening that is going on, it will worsen. It will enter into physical bloodshed. So if you are fearing about bloodshed, anyway, no Biafrans should fear about bloodshed, because we are in bloodshed all the days of our life. Every time they kill us, we are in a war. You understand? Don't you see what that pig in the creek said? That there is a full-blown war in the southeast, in Biafra land, as he said. Because invite him, bring his boys, paying them to come and kill our people. So we are in a war. You shouldn't fear about bloodshed. So this side, it has been like that everywhere. You understand me? Every ideological purification, it took blood. So that's some mobile agog. A time will come when all these things will rise up into full-blown crisis in our land. It is not something bad. It happened in the streets of Europe. It happened everywhere where there is sanity. It happened in Japan. where there is sanity today, where you are residing, that there is electricity 247, that the government is responsible. All these things happened there many years, many centuries ago. So our own, we know. All these things we are talking, we are preaching, do not be afraid. It will grow into crisis sometime. Let me warn you. Because we have to iron it out. Otherwise, if we say no, we don't want problem, we remain slaves forever. For your information. That's it. So, no nation ever advances on foreign religion unless they find a way to indigenize it and cut off foreign interference. That is truth. They manipulated our minds into accepting suffering with happiness. That is when they make us exactly the same thing they did to slaves in America. No, don't worry. Accept all your suffering with happiness. Even it's in the Bible. Some verses in the Bible. Accept everything with happiness. Why? Why should you accept it? Why should you accept it? This is mental colonization. But today we are decolonizing the mind to believe that solutions to our problems come from spirit instead of good government. To believe that these are their manipulations. To believe that there is a better place than this beautiful earth waiting for us as long as we continue living the lives of gullibility and stupidity without rising up to fight for our fair share of this free world. All these are mind colonization programs meant to continue manipulating us as robots. Do you know that before the world was in a way that's why you have colonization. Anywhere your power can allow you to go, you go, and if you can kill those people, you kill them and take their land. It happened in Africa. They came to Zimbabwe, to South Africa, to Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe and Namibia, and killed. They measure, thousands of villages. One person will have it as a farm. One white man will have it. Come from far place, from Europe. These are Christians, so these are the Huguenots, the Boers, Christians that we are, reformist Christians. Those that we are being pursued from, persecuted, that we are non-Catholics. Now they come to Africa and the Americas. They started going with their horses, measuring land. Now from Olo to Umuchu, site n'Umuchu ruo Okigwe bapụta to Abia. From Abia, around Oya up to part of Igwota, it become farm of one man. And these people, these places have villages. You have people that are living there as their ancestral land. They make sure one person will collect it as his farm. Before you know, they start killing the people, they are slaughtering them. That is the world. They slaughtered and killed the people, indigenous people, pursuing them, taking them to anywhere, say, go to hell. Today they are the owners of those lands. Do you know that? In America, they did the same thing. That is the war, the exploitation. Until they start, it is still the same human being that started putting things in order. From the Treaty of Westphalia in 16th century, the Treaty of Westphalia sovereignty, whereby each country has sovereignty right, which they put into the United Nations Charter today. Now they are trying to enter into globalization, so that there will be no space. The world will be a global village, so that America will inundate every other space with his goods. The same thing if you can produce, inundate. They will come and say, don't worry, stop farming yam in your bubble. Don't farm yam. You must eat imported the one that is packed inside can. Do you see how they are going? Let me tell you. The first step to the solution is decolonizing the mind. The solution to our problem is local. The solution to our problems lie on our hands, in our local environment. It is only us that can decolonize our minds. It is high time we start engaging with our minds, to decolonize our minds, to question everything in order to acquire knowledge. Because knowledge is power. Have you make researches about knowledge is power? You know, when you say something small phrase, you don't understand what it. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Those that have knowledge are the best, are the people who those controlling this world. They are the ones developing outer space. They are mining materials, raw materials from outer space. And do you know that? So that they will leave your okay, you say you have your crude oil, you have your californium, so that they will leave you alone. Go. Do you know what californium works? Do you know what they are using it for? Even if you stay in your land for 1,000 years with this colonized mindset, will you know what it's being used for? And that is the problem. They will go to outer space, they will go to another planet and get all these things, and they say to hell with you. You understand me? Until we decolonize our minds and start looking, questing for knowledge. Knowledge is infinite. You understand? It is high time we start engaging our minds, to decolonize our minds, to question everything in order to acquire knowledge, to remove superstition and subject everything to the altar of reason. These are the ways to gain independence of our imprisoned mind. This is the only way we can remove ourselves from being the most humiliated of the world, the most humiliated and the wretched of the world. That is the truth. Therefore, we must continue in what we are doing. This is where I'm going to stop. Time has come, so that I will go into a few minutes break, so that when I come back, I will open the lines and people will call in. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
Biafra is all he asks for. Every night and day he's shouting and pointing to one direction, but his own people are blind and saying it's causing division. Tell me why someone who sacrificed his life for you and I? Tell me why out of sight has become out of our mind. He's asking for nothing and cares about not for his people emancipation. No. But there is a breaking news to those who never knew. But make me to give you a clue in the morning sunrise.
Concert bell. Biafrans and lovers of freedom around the world. There will be an all-stars concert tour of Biafra artists coming up soon in Tokyo, Japan. This concert is aimed at spreading the gospel of Biafra to every nooks and crannies of the earth. We are bringing the gospel to the streets of Asia, and Tokyo, Japan will be its starting point. We are using this opportunity to appeal to Umu Chineke around the world to lend our music stars a financial helping hands to make this concert tour realizable. To make any donation, please contact Veteran Ike Peter on +18 45 344 7984 or +19 29 40 69 953. You can also contact Mazi Okechukwu Foreign on +39 35 11 37 4478 or +48 57 93 32 439.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi. Chinedu Jonathan from Alof province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 17th day of June 2023. Tata Bobo Cheke. As you can see, you can be hearing our voice via IPOB Community Radio, different applications, Radio Biafra London, TuneIn Radio, and in Biafra Land, FM CHK 102.1. Therefore, our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. Please, I want to say this. I want people to call and raise points, raise issues that are contrary or disagree on some things. It is allowed. We learn from each other. This is a family radio. It's our parliament. Do you remember Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Sometimes people will call him and start disagreeing and querying him, say no. But let us do it to learn in a civilized manner. That is the best thing, please. So that we can learn from each other. You can disagree on one thing that we say here, or it doesn't matter. Please. No person will cajole you or bully you. No. As long as we stick to the rule of the game, being civilized, educative arguments, we allow superior arguments to rule. That is who we are. We are Biafrans. Therefore, you can call us. I have already people on the line, but you can call us on direct line. Let me restate it again. On direct line. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I have people already lining up. But I have Mazi Ezekulie. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening.
There we will continue our normal program between you and I. But I will inform you. How things I'm regulating by myself. Go on, please. Go on.
Okay. Fellow Biafran, lovers of freedom, good evening to all of you. This evening we have received a very fine lecture from our professor of history. In fact, anybody who wants to say something contrary to what Jonathan has said this evening is yet to join this
Mazi, please, I don't 100% agree. It might discourage people not to say anything contrary. Let any person come and speak, and we debate, and people will listen in a civilized manner. Maybe he can convince. Maybe we will learn. That is a thing. You understand? Go on, please. Go on. There we go.
Mazi, we are on the edge of critical thinking, critical reasoning. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was speaking, was broadcasting, every other day he lays emphasis on the black man inability to reason. You know what it means? He says, why can't you reason for a moment? He has been emphasizing on this issue of using our critical thinking, reasoning like a human being, reasoning properly. This is age of reasoning. This evening, I was discussing with one person around my corner on this issue of religion and God, and the God of Abraham. The God of Abraham called him from Mesopotamia and asked him to come and follow him. You have to show him a land which he has to conquer and live there. Mesopotamia have their own God. He called Abraham. That means there is also a God in Mesopotamia. And then this particular God himself want to use Abraham to form another new set of people. So we were talking. We said that if that is the case, Igbo people also have their own God, which we have abandoned and follow other strange God. India did not abandon their own. Like you rightly said this evening, it coincided with what you have just said this evening. What we were discussing before you start this broadcast, all you have said coincided with what I have been discussing with my friend. So this is age of reasoning, critical thinking. People have to remove themselves from this one-way thinking of John chapter 1 verse 1, Jeremiah chapter 15 by 15, and all this. You keep running round and round, and at the end of the day, you achieve nothing. You have said so many things this evening. I am just listening to you to learn. Each time I listen to you, I learn. I add to the one I have before. That is the greatest strength I have. I do, provoke people into discussion, especially some elderly men that are wise, some white men. If I meet any man in the airport, an old elderly man, I stay beside him, I do something strange. He will put attention on me. I will start asking him certain questions. He will start asking me certain questions. From there, I will now throw some critical question to him. And he will answer me, and he will give me more knowledge to what I wanted to know about certain things. So this is how things work. Mazi, I don't have to argue with you. You are on the right track. How I wish that people will understand this thing you are saying. You are saying 100% thing that we're supposed to know. Those that knows their God. I'm going to Amadio. I'm going to Lola Adina Jimmy. I'm going to Rash. I'm going to show. These are the angels that are sent to minister to us, to guide us. We destroy all of them. We discarded all of them. Can you imagine that Urash, you know? Urashi, straight from all part of Igbo land. And whenever Urashi passes, it doesn't mix with other river. It goes his own way. Who created this Urashi? So, Mazi, I don't need to argue with you. I only have to encourage you to continue on this path. What is the greatest problem our people have, especially in the Igbo? What have made us to be docile and stupor? Docile and stupor is evolving into multiple religious ideologies that have divided us. Some of us are now cannot even visit their village any longer because they believe the man in the village is even worshipping idol. So he cannot visit the village during December time, or during the time to come together, or during the time of Iwaji, like September is approaching. They will not come to the village. They will stay in one of the place they call a church, or what they call a tarry night or retreat. And so they spend all their days there and be spending money which they're supposed to have spent in the village at least to develop one road or the other. So Mazi, I don't need to say so much. I only encourage fellow Biafrans, those IPOB, those who are listening to Radio Biafra, please learn something, especially this particular evening, this Saturday program. There is so much to learn because the whole problem we have lies on this religion issue. This is that's what has made us stupid and idiotic. We believe everything must be done right. Who tell you? How can you do things right without your left? Can you clap with two hands?
With one hand.
Can you clap with one hand? It's impossible. Can't clap with one hand. You must always clap with two hands. You must always clap with two hands. And once you are clapping with two hands, your left hand, that one you call leftist, that one you call wrong thing, wrong hand, okay, is playing his own fashion. He's playing his own part. The right one is playing his role, and that is where you have sound. So let us stop being too much. Sometime I remember when our leader used to say, whiter than white, whiter than snow. There is nothing that grows in the snow. Mind you, grass cannot grow in the snow. Grass never grows in the snow. So if you are white, you are in trouble. Because any spot that comes to you will dirty you. So it's better we be the natural thing we're supposed to be so that we can produce natural things. And that is being coloring. Coat of many colors. That is what we're supposed to be. I'm not trying to argue with our leader because he was emphasizing on particular issue, believing that Nigeria is a sane country that recognizes to do something in the right way. But lo and behold, Nigeria is a bunch of shithole. So they can never do anything in the right way. Talk less of the wrong way. They only do things in the wrong way. They don't do things in the right way. At least if they can clap with their two hands, things will start happening. But they fail to clap with their two hands. They're continuously clapping with their left hand and nothing is happening. So, Mazi, let me just stop so far this way, but encourage Biafrans, please allow your critical mind to be risen up, to be able to reason, to be able to think, to be able to question. You have a right to ask question. You have a right to ask question. But before you begin to ask this question, you must have to remove yourself from any religion inclination. Any religion, any foreign religion inclination, any foreign religion teaching. Remove yourself so that you can be neutral enough to be able to begin to evolve yourself, begin to have yourself with you and begin to think. Because once you bring any religion inside you, you begin to allow those religions begin to color your thinking. And when they begin to color your thinking, you can never do anything right. You can never produce anything, any good thinking in you. So, Mazi, I think I stop this way. Also, I have to emphasize on our sister. In fact, 3 days ago or 4 days ago, when I had the death of our sister, I wept like a baby. Our sister. In fact, very unfortunate. But then, God knows the best. He knows that he has taken her. But it's so painful to me, particularly. Because I don't know. Let me leave it back with Mazi.
Of course.
Abundant blessing. More grace to your elbow. And more grace to all the elbows of those that are listening to Radio Biafra. Very important. This is where you can learn very good things that can help you to be able to be independent-minded, to be able to achieve this freedom. This freedom has to start from individuals. You have to know that once you are not involved in any religion, you are a free person. But once you are involved in any religion thinking or in any religion, foreign religion, you are not yet free because these people control your mind. Like we have used to say before, these things are meant to control the minds. Like I used to think, I said to myself that it is like religion, foreign religion is evil, put in place to control more evil. That is why I look at it. Religion is evil, put in place to control more evil, other evil. So they want to control you and make you not to think very far in order for you to become part of their own property. Mazi, thank you for picking my call. Fellow Biafran, please adhere to listen to Radio Biafra every evening. Please, thank you.
Mazi.
Bye-bye.
Mazi, thank you very much. Our veteran, sir. I have callers. A caller on WhatsApp. You have been there since 12 minutes. Calls are flooding in. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan.
Thank you for waiting, for holding on. Go on.
My name is Ejike. I'm calling you from Lagos. Your topic is always interesting as always. And I want to say that the first liberation is this liberating us from the mind, which is already on process, and you guys are doing the best shot on it. Because as it is today, not just Biafrans, Nigeria in general has not been liberated from their mind. They subject every failure to God. Every failed system in this country today, they take it to God that God will do it. Just as the circumstances we are having in the country today, everybody is saying, God come and help us. God will help us. Without knowing that sometimes war is a necessity for peace. And so many of us look at it from they don't want problem. And in an environment that you don't want problem, you always get problem. What religion, especially Christianity, has done to so many of us is very, very unthinkable. It has gone to the level that most of us don't push anything on our own any longer. We subject it and we give it to God that God will do it. Forgetting even the capacity God has given us as a human being to do things on our own. Because man is not meant to be robotic, to be controlled. If God had wanted that we wouldn't be able to achieve anything on our own, maybe He could have created us in a way that we won't be able to have reasoning or ability to think. The greatest problem we have in Africa today is inability of reasoning. And as Mazi has always said, somebody who cannot think, who is unable to think and reason very well, is not worth living. Because the person will only constitute nuisance in the society. And the aspect of religion is what has helped us to be this poor. Christian religion, and sometimes other religion anyway. And if you have looked at the aspect of our life since invention of Christianity in this country till now, what would we go to ask? How far have we gone with all our Christian living or whatever? How we have been dominated with a Christ-like life and so many things we are doing. We have refused to separate the ability to do things on our own, which God has given us, to the aspect of what God will do. And it's very terrible. Africa is the only continent that jettisoned their tradition, their way of life, their indigenous way of life, and brought over another foreign pattern of living. It's still quite alright that you can never come in any country without having a mixed religion. But there has never been a place like in other country that you will see that their indigenous religion are being jettisoned. Nobody is even practicing it. And the worst aspect of it is that some people that are trying to revive our tradition these days are also going in the wrong direction. They use the side of Christianity to mix it up. The same pattern of Christianity, but just in a different direction. How I wish our people will be liberated from mind. In fact, the first Biafra we should be able to get is the freedom of the mind. Any day we have been able to achieve freedom on our mind, ability to reason, every other thing is done. But one of the fear and loss about this whole thing is that the high level of exposition you guys are giving on this radio, the high level of knowledge that you are dispensing every day on Radio Biafra, I feel this threat that the entire world, the entire Europe countries will not want us to exist, because they could have imagined what it will be like if we're able to exist on our own. But then how do we pass this message to our people to understand? Because on average, our people only know how to do buying and selling. Every other thing they will give it to God. It's God that will do it. We don't want problem. God will do it. And I've taken time to study life. That every aspect of human being, any human being that have decided that we don't want problem, that person must be subjugated. You must be permanently be a slave on whatever matter you are dealing with. And that has been the path our people have followed. For example, if you have wanted anybody, if you are privileged to be in Biafra and do some survey, this kind of interview people. On average, so many people will tell you that they want Biafra, but they don't want it in a violent way. They don't want problem. They want it to be peaceful. And I've never seen where that has been done in the history of life. That freedom is gotten on a platter of gold or on a dialogue. So our people has not been mentally free from the slavery of our colonial masters. The problem was not even the physical slavery they did so many years back. Is this mental slavery they have subjected everyone to, and we are passing it to our other generation.
There were Mazi, of course. There were. Thank you very much. There were.
So,
thank you very much. I think you have made many points, which I agree totally. Thank you very much, my brother. You know, liberation of the mind. Just like as our brother said, when somebody say, I want freedom, but I don't want problem. Have you taken your time to check? We never conquer people. It's a good and bad thing. You understand me? We never conquer. We stay always on our own. We don't conquer. Yes, it's good thing, but it's bad thing. Do you know that had it been we are conquering set of people, we would have expanded more. Our language, Igbo language, would have been universal in that part of our land. Don't you see Yoruba? Do you think that Yoruba, as you see them today, they have been like that? They are different tribes, but through conquest, they were subjugated into one language. Don't you see the Fulani? Are they not on top? They're on the rampage. Conquering people are always, it is difficult, but they make things easy. It is a bittersweet something. Do you understand? But when we say, because of the religion we have been into, we always want peace. Peace, 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 peace. At what cost? We shouldn't have peace. We shouldn't be clamoring for peace at all costs. If you do that, you become a victim of that peace. You become the victim. You understand me? The Arabs you are seeing today, I used to mention this. They were not the original Arabs. The Arabs of today you are seeing, they are indigenous people, but their identity have been stolen by the Arabs through conquest. And today they are all answering Arabs. Arabs conquer them. They now speak Arabs. The Babas, Mazis, different tribes. Arabs, we are just small nomadic tribe in the desert. But today they are everywhere. Is what any dominant species is being helped by the Europeans. That's why the Europeans are helping the Fulani. If care is not taken, if not for what we are doing, if care is not taken, a time will come, maybe in the next 100 years, the whole West Africa will be a Fulani country. For your information, I know the same way Arabs were, they impose themselves today on 22 countries. Today, Arab that was just a small Marwedian tribe in the Arabian desert, Arabian Peninsula, only in the desert. Even in the Bible, sometimes the Israelis, like David, sometimes he hired them as mercenaries. Because they are idle. They don't hear how to kill and slaughter and move around in how well they don't care. Their life doesn't matter. You know, I used to use Bible also to teach something, because you have many things that you can learn from. That is it. Whosoever loveth his life will lose it, but whosoever loseth his life will regain it. That is it. I don't want problem. I want Biafra, but I don't want it in a violent. What is violent way? The life you are living, is it not violent? Crossroad. If you don't take time, a car will squash you into pop, and you die in 1 PA. Is it not violence? Let us stop this, please. Caller on. Let me see. I have a caller that has been there on direct line. Let me see. I call, but he has been there. Let me see. I have callers on WhatsApp and Signal. Please continue holding on. No, the caller is not. You have been calling and keeping, because I don't need to keep a caller on direct line. Okay. Caller on Signal. Mazi, can you hear me? Call on Signal. Welcome to the program. Wait, just Mazi, I think it's Mazi, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Mazi Emikris. Can you hear me, Mazi?
I can hear you watching. Good evening from here.
There, please go on.
There, watching. This my brother say something that also I want to. It's just something that also meaningful to this struggle, because this is the mantra of our people. No, I want to be Biafra, but I don't want war. That has proven that our people are not mentally ready for this struggle. I must be honest with you. Even 60% of most of us in this struggle in IPOB are not mentally. That's why I always say that Biafra struggle must be priority to you before any other thing, or whatever you believe or whatever you are doing. Now, let me give that. You elaborated a lot of things here that let me just touch it in just a few minutes. Those that call themselves Nigerians, that's why I say nobody loves Nigeria, because if they do love Nigeria, they will see their party as minor and see Nigeria as superior. You see, when you see the politicians, even especially the Igbo politicians, they say the Southeast politicians, they say, no, I'm a party man. I'm a party man. If you want that country to be good, you can't be party man. You must be a citizen of that country. And the good of that country, the betterment of that country should be priority than your party. Party can come and go. People will come back and form another party. But they always said that I am a party man. I must be loyal to my party. And that loyalty to their party has taken them away from the political field today. So nobody, even the individuals, Nigerians, they call themselves Nigerians, doesn't even love that Nigeria. Because if you do, your tribe cannot overrun your country. You must have the priority of making sure that your country is better. Here we are in Italy here. Whatever you want to do, Italian will tell you, say, Italiano primo, first Italian. So that's number one. So these are the things we have to know. Then our people are not mentally ready. I must be honest with you. Some of us in this struggle, if you when I was coordinator, if you have meeting, if you love me too much, invite me for occasion. Make sure you don't put it on my meeting day. If you do, you know that I will not come. I will attend the meeting before any other thing. I will attend IPF meeting before any other thing I have. If I don't, as long as you put it the same day, I will not come unless we have difference of hours. When I finish meeting, I come. So these are the things. People take other things. They say some people, when you have IPF meeting, they first of all go party, and when they come, whether either they meet the meeting or they didn't meet, I say I went to party. You see how? So this is the thing. Then I want to report here. He talked about also. It is very practical in nature that God gives everybody their own. Look at here. I live in Italy here. They have what they call spinach. They use it to cook. It's just like ogo. Or just there's also have another one bitter like bitter leaf. But God give was our own. And today, that's the only own. He says that things you said this night, in fact, I was very, very touched. It was marvelous. They add value to what I always think about. Now, there is a point you make here. He said that even the Arab, their God is like them. Now, it comes to my memory to reason that even the Chinese, all this the status they put in their shrine, whatever they are worshiping, even their Hindu and the Buddhists and everything, it looks like a Chinese person. When you see the Chinese, when they see where they are worshiping, they put these images. It looks like them, as fat as they are, even their face, they are the same thing. So how will you blame Europeans that even if the man they call Jesus Christ is black, they paint it white, they make sure that he look like them? So why didn't we make our own to look our own?
Our own say it's evil. God is a demon. He's a demon. He's evil. Satan. You cast it. Mazi,
that is where we lost it. That's where we lost it, my dear brother. That's where we lost it, because our ancestors, those who know our God before the coming of Europeans, mold the images of black according to blacks. We have our own images, and then now the white people come and try to brainwash our people. And today, when you go to India today, you see their Hindu. They worship their gods, their status, they like India people. You go to China, the same thing. You go to Europe, they have their Jesus, he look like them. It's only but Africa that they condemn our own. And that is where we begin to revise whatever we have. If we are not mentally to fight this war, mentally first, to revise, reject everything. Somebody cannot tell you, just like when I love this guy called Julius Malema. That things he said most time that I love much. During when the Paul Kagame accepted to take refugees that they came from Europe, from London, in exchange of money, he said he's trying to advise him that he should not take money to take our people. That is slavery, second slavery. He talks something. So this is the things our people cannot see. They cannot reason one way. They just cannot reason to double way. Only one way. Just think one thing and conclude that is how it is. So our people are not ready. For me, I will tell you that if what you said about the family of our brother, if we all of us as IPOB we decide to drop today, we drop. Why? They say, okay, from today all of us drop and wait them. Let us see what they will do. What do they think they will do? What do they think? They can't do anything. They can't do anything. When they wait IPOB, they don't see IPOB. Nobody protests. It's only family will go to street and protest. It's only family are in London and USA, in America, in Italy, in France, and Holland are protesting. You can't respect the IPOB family. Then you want to go and take your hand to a family of Nnamdi. Nnamdi is not there because of your family. If it is your family, if his father is a king, he can come back and do whatever he wants to do. He's there because of Biafrans, and we must protect him. So you cannot just wake up in the morning and say, the family of what makes you family? This is the family of IPOB and not your own family. If you want to hire on your own lawyer on your own self, attach it to, if our leader wants, attach it there. Let him go for the case. Don't use the IPOB lawyer that IPOB has been hired for a very long time and come and make mouth and write rubbish. These are the things we are not, I said that we are not mentally ready for this struggle. Because things are going, people or anything, on your metro, and I use what I like, and I jai metoy. Nobody asks questions. Nobody stands for us. And we are hoping that people are standing on behalf of us. But nobody. The only person on behalf of us is Mazi Nnamdi. Only him. And the family, Kanu, I don't know where that guy lives. If I eventually see that guy, somebody like in Italy here, I'll go to prison. Mazi, thank you very much.
There were Mazi by one of us, Mazi Sochi Mambanali. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program, please, Mazi. Go on.
Mazi Jonathan, good evening. Ndewo Biafra. Mazi Jonathan, I must tell you that the reason why I actually started on Radio Biafra was because of you. honestly, because of you. I remember one of the days when I was listening, and one of our elders, said that the radio is available. If anybody wants, the person can go through this process, and that motivated me, honestly, not because I know anything, but because when I listen to people like you, I get to learn, and I feel like there are young people like me who can as well benefit from the little contribution that I must have learned from you guys, from our leader. And that goes to also the next point that I want to raise, which is knowledge of God. Most times we talk about religion as if it is we knowing God more than other people, forgetting that we defend what we know based on the information that we have. And if maybe a Christian is born into another religion, the person would most probably die for that religion, just like you see people in Islam are doing, just like you see people in different religions are doing. It is simply because that is what they know, their ideology, what they have been taught, their way of reasoning. Basically, what we know is who we are. And it even goes to the point where the interpretation of the same book that we have been given is not properly done. I remember reading one book where one writer, one of the people who came into Biafra land to explore Biafra land, to study Biafra land before they came in, said that he was surprised that we had the Torah. I don't know if what I took out from that message was that we had the Torah. But when you still compare it to how our people were living, you find out that despite the fact that they had this book, they still maintain their tradition. Why? Because they read the book and understood it from a different perspective, not from the perspective that has now been taught to us. This is why it is always good to read every book. But now the problem is, how do you or do we understand that book? That's why those that came and taught us, when you want to ask questions, they tell you you don't ask questions. Even everybody believes it. And then we ended up jettisoning
Mazi, that is Mazi. Do you know that is the type of can I call it the wisdom the people use in order to perpetually cage the adherents? It's normal. Normally religion is used for social control. That is the primary thing of religion. So when we talk about all these things, it's not that we are talking from a peripheral point of view or outsiders point of view. It is something we experienced. They block your mind not to ask questions. There are limits to questions you will ask. If you start questioning some certain things, they say no, be careful not to sin against the Holy Spirit. How can we be created by God with brains, with millions and millions of brain neurons for common sense, and now we say don't use it? Does it make any sense at all? Because they know that the more you ask questions, the more your eyes will start opening, and the more you start acting like a rational human being. Mazi, continue, please. Go on.
Thank you very much, Mazi. And the truth is that knowledge of God means when you want to know somebody better, you want to know the person from the person's actions. And how do you know God? It is for people who believe in God, it is from his creations, the things that we see, the nature. And this is the foundation of the law or the tradition of our land, the law of nature, understanding nature, having a very concise or very particular understanding of nature. And then what else is God? This is why even in that book it says, my own people perish because they lack knowledge. And what is knowledge? They research, getting to have a research and get information about it. So it is weird that we do not want to even go back and understand ourselves, have a knowledge of where we are coming from, because a knowledge of where we are coming from will now show us the mistakes or the ways that we have gone astray or gone right, and then we decide, can we make amends in this way? And then you find out, like, people who have embraced a particular religion. Oh, okay, you have embraced a particular religion, but what you do as a conscious human being is, what have I learned from this? This is what life experiences is about. It is about, what have I learned from this experience? You now take what you have learned from your experience, you now put it back, go back and put it into yourself as a person, as a people, and use it to develop your people further. Mazi, I do not want to take your time. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate your teaching this night. Honestly, thank you and thank you and thank you.
Mazi. You are doing great too. We are all in this struggle. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Let me see whether caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi, good evening.
Mazi.
Am I hope I'm coming out clear.
You are, Mazi, go on.
Okay. My name is Chukwu Kadija from Blessed Land of Biafra. My contribution tonight is, our people should understand that religion is like this that number that is attached on a phone number, like a country code. Mazi, can you hear me? Yes, I was talking about this phone number, country code, like that of Nigeria is like +234. That is how religion is. Everyone has his or her own everywhere in the world. So our people should not use a foreign religion to confuse themselves. Just like you see people, one certain problem, they will say they leave it in the hands of God to solve. Whereas this is something that a man is capable of doing. So this have put our people in slavery without doing the needful. So in the other way, Israel they have done us wrong with Biafrans in actual sense. Because today I missed the broadcast of Anna and Naftali, a brother from Israel. I couldn't hear what she said, but I will listen to that later. They have a very big role to play, because it is from their name that our people were colonized. From their history, our people were colonized. They really have to they really need to do a kind of awareness, a kind of debunking that European ideology, giving us the real history, or not that one of Europe, because they can't keep quiet. And for many years, this book called Bible, they have used it to enslave us, and we are like a kind of not speaking to them. No, they have to come out bold and clear and do what, interfere on this matter, because it is from their name, their history, that it was extended to all that we were being colonized. They really have to play a big role here. Because when they start debunking that, our people, maybe all these people that are going to pilgrimage in their land, maybe they will tell them that this is wrong. This is like you previously said that they will collect our money. People visiting their pilgrimage, they will take the money, and that is a kind of tourism that they don't care. At this time, they have to care because it is getting out of hand without them saying or coming out bold and clear that this thing is a wrong history. I don't think our people can wake up from this, because I don't see the reason why. Okay, somebody from America, you're a Christian in US. This person, Israel, they don't even believe in Christianity. That is the worst thing. So they have to come out very clear and help us on this issue, because it is them that know everything. Forget about Italy and Britain, like Europe. Israel have to play a big role for us to help us to emancipate our people more, because it is becoming something else, that something that you can solve on your own. You wait for God, and you don't even know the value of, even me here now talking, I don't even understand our culture and religion very well. But if you ask me about foreign religion, the doctrines, 80% of it I can tell you. But ask me about our land, I don't even know much about that. That is what somebody who a kind of know foreign religion, when the person will start waking up or knowing his or her religion, the person have reached about 30 years or 35 or 40 years. That is when he or she will start debunking some part of a foreign religion. And you see that thing is becoming problem. And our people don't believe in humanity because of the same religion. They are defending religion instead of standing for humanity. They are not standing for humanity. That makes people to suffer. People are being subjugated to suffering because of inhuman. How can your fellow Igbo brother, you think of defending religion, making money, and the rest of them? Inhumanity has been the problem. They don't believe in humanity. Because when someone believes in humanity, even a child of 5 years, you can discover the talent and the destiny through your religion. Assuming our people are mentally inculcating in their own religion, you can just discover a child of small age. You know what he or she is the direction he's meant to be. Before the age of 10, the boy, assuming he's somebody that should be an inventor, he will just invest something. They will say a boy of 10 years or a boy of 5 years or a girl of 5 years invented this. It will be a history for us. It will be a glory to us. But look at what is happening. Instead of defending humanity, they are defending religion. They are defending all manner of rubbish that doesn't bring growth to our land and our people. This Nigeria, because education is very poor. There is no quality education. What they teach is is rubbish. Is once you said once that no scientific book was translated in our language. Yes, I agree to that, because how can somebody religion book, Bible, you translate it, no science book? Some of them they are doing that technology, but they don't understand it, that this is innovation, this is technology. Because they don't understand it, they are thinking that what they are doing is rubbish, whereas people are doing this, promoting it. And our people keep on shouting Beke Wabra, Beke Wabra. Your father shouted Beke Wabra, you too Beke Wabra. Till when? That is just the problem. That's my contribution.
There were.
Yeah.
Of course. We must continue. We must continue. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? We are gradually winding down towards the end of the program. Caller on signal. Go on, please.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening, sir.
Dodrege.
Mazi Jonathan, my name is Mazi Fine. I'm calling from my location. I thank our leader Mazi Nnamdi. And also, I thank our HODs. May God bless them. I thank all IPOB members all over the world, the genuine ones. Mazi Jonathan, I thank you. Mazi Jonathan, I've learned a lot to this Saturday program. Mazi Jonathan, my life has been transformed. I'm a changed person. Mazi Jonathan, I was trying to find out the English name of my grandfathers. I called my dad and asked my dad, Dad, can you be able to tell me the English name of your grandfather? My dad told me that their grandfather and grandfather did not have English name. Mazi, what I'm trying to point out here is our people, in fact, our people are being deceived by these Europeans. I don't know whether our people really actually read their Bible, because in that Bible, they quote there is a quotation that says your name will be changed. They will change your name. That is, they will not give you another name, and they will subdue you. They will overcome you. All these things, white men study it and still put it back and bring to our people. But our people, fail to understand. Go to Japan, go to Asia country. Tell me how many of them that is answering John, Peter, Mark, this and that. Because all of them, they refuse to follow the religion of those Western people that colonize them. Because they know that it can never give them or do good for them. That our people, I could remember earlier when let me just speak it in this way. If I go to village, our old mamas, old fathers, old mamas, if you give any one of them money, like he give them 100 naira, 200 naira. If you start telling our old mothers, old fathers that this thing is 100 naira, they will say, they will told you that I don't know what is 100 naira or 200 naira. Speak it in the language of where I can understand. Or this and that. But this religion, because I believe that if this religion was there that time, our grandfathers and our grandmother that values the local language of our people by doing business and doing other things, even calculating money. Mazi, how can you change here? But to tell us that foreign religion is a visitor, but our people accepted them. And that is why our problem, we are facing the problem from today and tomorrow. People believe that foreign religion is the best for them. I'm telling you the fact. But nevertheless, IPOB have come to change the narrative. We have come to make our people to know that we can never do or believe or do anything based on that visitor. I call it visitor. It's not our lineage, it's not our belief, it's not our religion. We're just trying to imitate. And that is why, see what our people are passing all over the zoo. Our people are being intimidated, our people are being subdued to all manner of intimidation because we in our own local way. That is why see Fulani, see Yoruba, see what they are doing us. Our people are crying at Alaba. Our people are crying out to Abuja. they are demolishing their shop, they are spoiling their business. That is the way we choose to live, by accepting the foreign religion as our religion. Because I didn't mean that we rejected these foreign people and they stand on our own. Mazi, there is nobody can challenge an Igbo man anywhere on this earth. But due to there is no problem. I thank God that I call it university, is there to change everything for good, for those who believe. But if you don't believe, you will still be wallowing in ignorance until when you will know that it's better for you to go back to your roots and worship the Chukwu Kadama, where your forefathers did, so that you're dragging them. Mazi, let me drop from here.
There were.
God bless you for this.
And you too. There were, Mazi.
Good night, man.
There were. Caller on WhatsApp, you were the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mazi.
There were.
Good evening, Mazi. I'm Chukwu Benjamin, and I'm above from Aba.
I'm from FM. Another one?
Mazi, on a nyanyi subu side outside Obo Hill. So
really?
Ayana with FM in Obo Hill. Ayana with FM. Him they use IPB community radio. On him like it to connect Kuba.
Okay. Go on.
So,
noted.
Mazi, I have one or two, and short, I have a lot for you. But let me start it from one after the other. And first of all, my heart goes to the family of our dear sister, Madam T. Heda Ezopu. Onwaya wuterem so much. And I believe not she will pay every member of our family will IPOB. And every other lover of freedom all over the world. And I pray that the Lord Almighty would grant her an eternal rest. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Amen. So, Mazi, Kahaga. Mazi, I want to thank you so much because you have changed our mindset. Ndi Igbo sị na onye asị jide nke oji ya mara na nke ọ na-eme dị mma. So ana m asị gị jide nke iji. Because here there are all these teachings that you have given us over the years now is really transforming us. Because just like Bob Marley would say in his music, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves, than our own very selves can free our minds. In other words, that tells you that freedom starts from sensitization and freedom of mind. Is something that starts from the mind, and is a self-deliverance thing, which comes by hearing the right way, the right information, as the guy is in a mayor. So, Mazi, on the other side, I want to find out something from, because it is something we are all born into, and we have believed in it for so many years now. Do you believe in Yeshua HaMashiach, which is Jesus Christ?
Mazi, you want me to answer you?
Sir, yes, sir.
Let me tell you one thing. You know, you can interpret it in any way, but is the person you call Jesus, isn't it?
Yes.
Remember,
Jesus Christ.
Yes. Remember, what you call belief is just I don't know. That is what it means. You understand?
Yeah.
So, you know, the question also you can ask me: do you believe on Hare Krishna? Why don't you ask me that? Can you tell me why you don't?
The reason why I'm going to
yes.
I was at.
Hello.
We are
Is Neku Neku, your voice cuts before. Repeat, you say?
As na him na gama ajoge yawo amamu makaya, we weren't born into that.
There you go.
You understand?
Mazi, there you go. What the issue I want to bring in is this: why don't we broaden our thinking? We broaden our mind. I preach about decolonizing the mind. We shouldn't be caged in a place. You understand? So that we start, moving around, rigmaroling. Yes, we have our cultural identity. That is what makes up a people. I want to bring a point here because of the question you asked. Because all these things, you say it is what we know. How do we know it? Because of the people that colonize us. Now we are trying to remove ourselves from colonial mentality, isn't it? We should go be broad. In that way, the only way to be broad is going back to our root, our starting point. That is our foundation. Do you understand me? So this question, it shouldn't exist any longer. Do you believe in this? Do you believe in that? Because there lies the problem. If I say I believe, others will come. Why? Hey, there will be argument on that page. If I say I don't believe, there will be argument. Why do we restrict our argument on something that is not contributing to anything to our progress as a people? We should restrict our argument like things that can contribute perfectly well to the success of us as a community, as a people. Not we start making argument now. Oh, I believe and I don't believe. That's why I ask you. Sorry, I don't know why this didn't develop. Now, that's why I ask you. Why don't you ask me? Do you believe in Muhammad also? Because all this and now, as you said, no, this is the one we know. How do we know it? Through colonization. It's the one way. Why don't we broaden our knowledge to the ones we don't know also and make researches and find out? How do we start? We start by going back to who we are. Because when you go east, west, north, south, home is the best. You go back home. That is our rallying point. From there now, you will never start asking somebody, do you believe in this? Do you believe in that? Now you ask me. We should be asking ourselves, what is that our root? What is that our foundation? Do we know it? Are we perfect? The answer is no. But not knowing it, because when you are, for example, if you are going to another city that you don't know, you have an address, you will start making inquiries. That is investigation. That is asking questions. So that is the way I will answer you, because there should be no need of even asking that question direct, so that it will bring if I answer in the affirmative, it is argumentative. If I answer in the negative, it is argumentative. And we are arguing on something that can never add value to us as a people. That is what I want. If we are making arguments, let us make arguments on something that will add value to us as a people. That is it. That is my point. Mazi, go on, please.
You are very right. You are very right. Kamema sometimes on Adema as a Koru a while ago you were making your assertions and you made a reference point to the book of Daniel, I think so. So where the says they that know their God shall be strong and do exploits. In other words, you anchored your text on that. Makandi kwenyere na Bible. Na Bible sekwa. Onwe hem choki yote ebemneku. So all on this because na Bible oge Jesus Christ si n'onwu bilie Yeshua HaMashiach si n'onwu bilie. Bible said that he came through the world. In other words, he has become supernatural, though he was before his death, burial, and resurrection. But according to what we were taught and what we believe, when Ogoshino would believe, there was no longer a barrier. He could come from any angle. So, the disciples, when he came in, he met Thomas. Approached him because Thomas was like a try with the arguing type. So yes, Thomas has said, Thomas, is it because no you because Thomas, when he did that, he said, my Lord, my God, and he went on his knees. Yes, Jesus Christ has said, blessed are those who have not seen yet but believed. Because they anchor on na scripture.
Yes. Based on what you say, don't worry. I love this conversation. Let me tell you, when you talk about referencing some quotations, I am the type of person, everybody have their own modus operandi. I learn from everything. Do you understand? Do you remember when one time Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was on air? He quoted the Quran. We learn from everything. You can quote from the book of because the Bible, it contains even morality or different things you can learn naturally. Forget about religion. You understand? Forget about religion. The same way you can also quote something you read from another type of book, because we learn. You remember, like Mazi Nnamdi, he said he liked to talk with elderly people. If he's with them or some type of people, he will stir up one type of argument that will make him to learn. I also do that. So when somebody talk, you start understanding his level of understanding. You can learn the same way you can learn from book. I also quote from Things Fall Apart. Do you understand? These are things we learn from everything. I say everything, including even animals. Everything you learn. So quoting from one book or Bible, it is not something extraordinary, because you can quote from another thing. What you call belief is you don't know something, you just believe. This is the problem. Now, if we can believe, why not we believe in our own that we inherited? That there is the problem. That is where I am going. Now, if like the religion, let me say Christianity, Islam, is good for the people that brought it, because it helps them conquer. It helps them conquer us. Islam helped them to conquer. Now, people, as I said before, people now they relegated their own shrine, destroyed their own shrine, whereas going to faraway shrine in Jeddah, spending millions in order to go there to spend money, saying that there is where God is. Do you think that kind of work is a small work? Do you think so? It takes more than ordinary in order to work something like it. Takes blood, because people, you need to be conquered. People need to, that's why I say, according to history, it took 250 years for Islam to gain orthodoxy in the Middle East. The Islam people are now enjoying, going to. It had the work and consistency of people. If they can make you to demonize your own oracle or your own shrine and calling it Satan, do you think it's ordinary? It took hard work for Europeans to do that. It took them sacrifices, hard work, so that they standard. Now you put their own thing as a standard. Oh, I'm going to Italy, where God is. I'm going to Mecca. in shrine, that is a shrine of other people. Whereas when they talk about your own shrine, you say no, it is evil. The program you believe is evil. Who is deceiving who? And the most important part, where is all these things leading us? You know, what is this thing now doing in our land? What is the advantage? The economic benefit is division, only division. Now I will call you unbeliever because you are not going to the same church with me. The other person will call me unbeliever because I'm not going this. Not that it's not Christianity. When the common sense, you know, critical thinking, like Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu have been pinpointing, to make good use of our brain. It means now, you know, when you are as a storekeeper, as a businessman that have shop, from time to time, maybe yearly or quarterly, anyhow, sometimes you take stock of your shop to understand whether I'm moving forward or my shop is going down. If you are a trader, you don't do that, which means you don't know. You don't know. You are not qualified. Now, in our own, we should take stock. That is what I want people to always critically reason. This thing, this religion that is being brought to us, it is not something that is indigenous. Yes. Okay. How has it helped us to proceed as a people, not as an individual? We take stock. Okay, since 1857 that Christianity came into Igbo land till today, how has it made us to proceed as a people? I'm not talking of individual progress, because individuals, people have used it to progress. The same way we took stock with Nigeria, being into Nigeria, how have it helped us? We see that the more we are into Nigeria, the more we are being destroyed. So the best option is to pull out. That is the only way for people, reasoning people, to critically think and reason in order to take stock of their life as a people. Do you think that is normal for people to be programmed to believe that, look, you don't need to worry about anything, just go to your knees and pray and everything will be okay. As a graduate, you continue praying, things will be all right. They continue giving you fake hope. Let us know, do you think that this is right? Whereas other countries, they are fighting. The other time, I think in Colombo, is it Sri Lanka, they had a revolution and went and burnt down their parliament and the whole politician's house. They burned it down. But in our own, we cannot do it because, do you know why? Each pastor, because they are in collaboration with the politicians. They are the things, the institution used in calming the nerves of the masses. No, let us pray. Every solution is, let us pray. And even if we are even doing like Muslims, it would have been better that they will tell us, okay, this is not to our interest. Oh yeah, let us go to the street and do something. No way. Everything, the solution is prayer. Oh no, be good citizens. The other day I read they kidnapped a pastor or a reverend father. Is it in Kaduna or in Plateau? The pastor there called, they said, no, what we do, no, don't take law into your hand, let us pray, we give everything to God. Mazi, is he not leading people into the highest state of stupor? Do you know that is weapon of mass destruction? When you talk about atomic bomb, no. Atomic bomb can just destroy a city. You understand, at a time. But this thing is gradually destroying our people, gradually into extinction. Do not fight back. Once your pastor come on the pulpit, he will declare that anything I declare is done, and we continue giving the people that fake hope, and people continue suffering and being happy as they are suffering. Don't fight back, don't rise up in revolution, don't do anything. God is in control. Mazi, Mazi, go on please and conclude.
Thank you very much. On the side of Hebrew, if I'm to define it, I'm going to know the negative impact of church in our society too, especially in Nigeria. So that I will come to that. But on the other side of belief aspect, in my Bible say, I think that should be either a John or Matthew. But Jesus said, Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach said that He is the way, the truth, and the life. That nobody goes to the Father. Nobody sees the Father. Nobody had access to the Father with God except through Him. I say that to say this because from the little of my knowledge, I can tell you that man by default was created to worship. Whether or not you know it, whether or not you like it, you must see yourself executing an act of worship somewhere, somehow. That tells you or that lets you know that man originally was made by default to worship. So that is the spiritual aspect of where my contest is focusing. Then I concur with you on the...
Before you continue in the second part, can I say something on what you said, like what you quoted? Before you continue, don't worry. We are discussing. Don't worry. Like what you quoted, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Yes, we know that. But do you see the problem we are having in this world? What about if, like, if you meet a Muslim will quote his own. I mean, a Muslim will quote his own. Say his own, say he's the way, the truth, and the life. Okay, and no person can come to God through their own, through any other except their own. Okay, now I'm coming. Now you meet a Buddhist, he will tell you his own. You understand? Is that not confusion? That is a problem we are having in this world. Why don't do you see where we have problem? When, for example, the European religion, when they will come, they claim authority and we accept it. That is where they say, according to this quote, when a people is conquered, their God is also conquered. You understand? Because when we believe in what other, which is just a belief, which they are using, that is a quotation of dominance. Do you know that? Quotation of dominance. And it is a pity that we accept it. Why don't we say, okay, in our own, we have Amadioha. Is Amadioha we know, nothing more. Because that is what Japanese did. When they started, the Europeans in 15th century, when they came to their land and started unleashing their missionary, turning the people against their temples, to go and destroy their temples, that their temples are evil. The Japanese people, they monitor this. They say, no, this is not, these people are now passing more than required of them. That is where they started defending themselves. They say, no, you brought merchandise, you brought technology, we are going to take it and do business as equal. You give us what you have and we give you the equivalent in the barter, in what we have. If you don't accept that, go your way. But when you come to put your own and say your own is the only way, we have to destroy what we have. Mazi, do you see the program I'm talking? We now continue quoting what the program does to quote. Why can't we quote and say, no, we have our own, we don't care what is good for you, no problem, thank you very much. But in our own, our ancestors, we have been existing for thousands of years. Now all of a sudden somebody came less than 200 years and said, no, he is the only way, our own is rubbish. Is it not confusion is trying to bring? You understand? You go to Arab, it's only in black race they came and quoted this thing and we accepted. In Arab country, it's a war. Once you quote that, you are bringing war to yourself. They don't care. They turn themselves into suicide bombers. But to our own one, hey, now we accept, now we know one problem. and we continue. They trained us in this mindset, and we continue. It became our standard. Now we relegate our own, and tomorrow you will be looking for saving money to travel to where that person they say is the way. You travel to go there to revere him, far away shrine, whereas your own shrine is there, but you demonize it and clear it. Mazi, is it not a stupidity on our own side? What you say, man is created, you must worship, but why not local? We cannot develop without being local. We can never advance without being local. As I used to say, the environment you are expresses your type of your level of intelligence. The environment that you are, because that locality is who it expresses who you are. Therefore, when we accept foreign ideology as the only way, which means it's superior to us, that is why when the first statement I made is this, that the colonial mentality is the internalized attitude of ethnic or cultural inferiority fed by people as a result of colonization. How do we get this quotation? Through colonization, which means their own is the superior, whereas we bow down to their own. Our own is inferior. How do you think so? Remember, let me quote even through the Bible. Let me quote this. Our brother, if you have the Bible, we quote this. Or is a story. I think is it 2 Samuel 3 verse 27. Let me see whether I'm correct. I want to quote something correct. Let me see. No, it's not correct. There is a place, I think Mazi Agafe, if you can inbox me that quotation, where the people of Israel is history. This one is in history. It's a story in history. They went to war against the Moabites. Now the Moabite king, yes, the Moabite king saw the mirage, how mighty the Israeli soldiers are. They are coming to clear them. You know what? There is something their local deity wants. According to their tradition, according to their spirituality, according to their religion, he did something. They didn't teach him from another place. No, it is something cultural to them. He took the person that his prince, his son, that is a prince that's supposed to replace him as a king. Because if all of them perish, if all of them are killed, there will be no prince tomorrow. They will be taken captives or slaughtered. So he took the king, he went to their shrine and slaughtered his son to their god. Immediately he did that to spray the blood. Immediately their God rose up and pursued the Israelis. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. So what am I saying? When we understand the secrets of our spirituality, it will make us to advance more. That thing they call, some people are demonizing, some people are calling Illuminati. Now we start learning, having wisdom, how to control, pacify even the spirits in our land, to use them, help them, instead of using it. Now you pacify it, giving people wisdom, making people born very intelligent people that can discover things tomorrow that can help to build the country. But when we fight them, when we continue fighting them because of ignorance, now you know that using foreign religion, we fight them, which means the spirit that's supposed to work with us, now we fight them. And even in the Bible, whenever Abraham, I'm telling you according to Bible story, whenever Abraham see any person or any human being he perceives is an angel, he will not curse him. He's not a demon. He will just pacify him, sacrifice a lamb, give him something. Sometimes he will like to cook. The person will say, no, the only thing you do, burn this thing, this lamb, slaughter it, burn it with fire. And it is. And after the person will go, you know that they have met a spirit of their land and they pacified it. But our own, kill, fire, fire. Till when are we going to continue fighting this spirit in our land? More by in a way, honestly. That's why in your jaw everywhere, church is everywhere, but in your jaw everywhere. I am one who do nothing because we are rigmaroling in arrant ignorance and naivety. Mazi, please go on and conclude.
Mazi, I agree with you. Bible, no other foundation will be laid again other than the one that has been laid, which is Jesus Christ. So, still under the spiritual aspect of it, which is Christianity. Kama ihe niile mala gị na-ekwu ofu okwu, and I got like we were taught the gospel. You understand? Like we know, Managapo knows the history of Yeshua HaMashiach, how he was born, how he was raised, how he went about doing good, according to Romans 10:38, how God anointed Jesus Christ of Nazareth, who went about doing good, healing all and oppressed of the devil, for God was with him. These are acts of miracle records attributed to Jesus Christ. You understand? So, but that doesn't deny the fact, even from Bible day, when other gods, like there is this song that we used to sing, or that we sing, all other gods, they are the works of men. You are the only God. There is none like thee. In other words, that then when the supreme God, Most High, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, does not deny the fact that there are other gods. You understand? Like, okay, let me come down to Saidanya. So yes, by knowledge, I can tell you that I do this, though I've seen it, but by knowledge, it may exist because they believe. But I have never heard a record of a mother healing the sick. I have never heard a record of a mother raising the dead. I have never read a record of a mother opening blind eyes or deaf ears, or casting out devils. Amadioha or any other god or Buddha or Hare Krishna, they never had a record of miracles. But only Yeshua HaMashiach, he has and still maintains myriads of records of miracles. You understand? So that tells you that he alone remains supreme. Every other god does exist, fine, but they are all subject to this Son of God, the only lamb that was slain before the foundation of the earth, foundation of the world. So that is, I think, that is our tenet, and that is what we believe. Because that is the reason why you Islam, Buddha, so my happiness, when you mean all this religion, the first and the very foremost is Judaism, which I think what the
no, Mazi, no. Do you see where we Mazi in Anoyem Negu? Let us be historically correct. Ima here pump inside us. I know kuna around this. That is, we are bringing out what we are being programmed to believe. Judaism is Judaism is never the first. Never the first recorded belief. Religion. Recorded in the history of the world is Hindu. Is Hindu. You have been existing. Do you know these chaplets that have been carried by Christians and Muslims, even Jewish? Do you know where? Do you know the origin? They borrowed it from Hinduism.
Yes.
Hindu have been existing very long, and that is recorded. But I know that there were other, before history started being recorded, there were other religions. So Mazi, what you are, because if I'm making argument, I want our argument to be broad. Yes. Not the same mantra that we are. When you pump a tube or a bolobolo, you pump it A. You want to bring it out, you see the same A will continue vomiting. The same thing. When if you imagine that you are sitting down with a Muslim, an Arab, that is a core Muslim, and you tell him that Jesus, you quote this Bible, you quote this place for him. His only way, Muslims, in the Quran, they take Muhammad, they say is the last and final prophet. Do you know that? So, what is there is this. What brings confusion in this world is everybody say my own thing is the best. But the worst part of it is that where we are left out is that we demonize our own thing. Instead of also claim it's okay. Their own thing is the best for them. Okay, we also claim our own thing that our own is the best too. Just like Ofe Gucci, Mazi Asonyi Igbo now. Any part of the world you travel to, if you stay 1 week, 2 weeks, you can stay without eating a swallow. Ilo ihe olulu Asonyi Igbo onye azụrụ ọwụrụkwa ndị azụrụ na township ọ na-eme ha were maybe ha na were sweet na hamburger na chocolate grow to. No, I'm talking of onye Igbo arụsụrụ n'ala Igbo na village like us. You understand? Even sometimes all this hamburger, this and another equipment already right from time. No 1 week ga elo ihe olulu dịka ihe amasị gị na-ata anụ aga or dịka you are losing something because that is the way you are being, is your thing. Why not we add value to our thing instead of being ayodutere ndị ọzọ n'ụwa ihe m na-ajụ Chineke ayodutere ndị ọzọ n'ụwa na anyị na-quote their own thing or not is there, why not we start and quote our own things in our own, don't worry, their own thing, that is what they say. If you go put this thing to an Indian, but I know my own thing of take guy aside, it's good for you, no problem. Let my own thing be good for me. The issue is this: I quote all these things. You eulogize all foreign gods and foreign things. Now issue there say people. Oh, there is isi na ihe na-atọ ụtọ ime antọ ihe ọ na-atọka. I quote ihe niile this and that. O mere ka pọtọpọtọ nọ na-aba disappear ka arụ ya. O mere ka change mentality and electricity. But when we continue adding value to our thing, onye foreigner bring nke bịa sị na nke ya the best, I say okay. Ota ishi onye ọcha nwere ike hụ gị na-elo ihe a ofe egusi. O nwere ike hụ ya na-agba ya agba n'ahụ. Ọ mara na ị na-elo, that is your best food. Na-enye gị ọbara. But to do to ọhụrụ is a foreign something. The same thing also. If we see other things, is good for them. Mana ka anyị were our own. Oh yeah, gosh, back to our root. Igwe bike. Ihe niile the value of things that make us as a people. That is where we're supposed to uphold. Instead of helping foreigners to beautify their own thing. When it comes to our own, you say, Satan is a Satan, a black man. Oh, here niile anwa inishi. I want our discussion also not always not to be one-sided. Kaide broad, so that you can stand and discuss or argue intelligently with other people that are not even Christians. Hindu, Buddha, Buddhist, Hindu, even atheists. That you argue, but you can see an atheist start quoting Jesus. He will say better. Whether maybe he will start telling you something actual, factual. That is what I want us to be discussing, not to quoting the normal mantra. Because this is but there comes a time as a mature person you start thinking, reasoning back. Go to shame effect in our life as a people. I heard that bad thing. You got in the street like this, church everywhere. Man, no nightlife. Our people don't know what is nightlife. Nightlife, the sweetest life. In the night, potonyo na naga freely. Any problem, everybody declare. But onye patrakono, quote onka, indigenous, foreign. Mazi. Mazi, please go on and conclude, please. I enjoy your conversation, honestly. Go on and conclude.
Sometimes all circumstances can lead one to step because church over there they esteem their value system more than every other thing. But down here, it's totally different thing altogether. If you check my timeline, Facebook, you will see I post this kind of thing because of the truth. Church is the problem in this country. Is open the word of no religion, fine and good. But down here, the reason why Ojideka with segregation, enmity, and disunity was a result of church. The moral decadence in our society and infrastructure. Church is the cause. I saying it because of Ghana. Onya, you talked about earlier today in your submissions. You talked about something like mercantilized mentality. You understand? So I keep telling them that church, they don't somehow yet, because some of the structures that they brought and some of the things, facilities they brought in this Christianity. Oh, I know maybe when here na we say it said that okoro nde Nigeria now bofe ha maybe America okoro nde America pota na Nigeria within a twinkle of an eye nde America again Nigeria ya dịka America nde Nigeria anọ na America
maybe share ihe niile maybe share ihe niile anọ there Ganiru
tell you how bad it is because of the church I keep saying it. Church Christianity for me is a reality because that has to do with spirituality. It's on individual base, but church was the greatest problem I'm wearing in like a map of Africa, Nigeria, and most especially in Igbo land. So that is the problem because of how can somebody give me a church in Ka? You started that church from Abba. All of a sudden, that mercantilized mentality and greed would off from Abba. Say Abuja Kachineke Segidosa headquarters. Segidosa headquarters so that you be reaching out to the national politicians. Had your church so as to be bringing only loot to in Nigeria today. The altars and the podiums are the platform for politicians. Where is it done? Even those people that brought Christianity to us, you don't see their politicians campaigning in the church. But over here, the reverse is the case. So that has caused a lot of problem. So Ilanya, with what is prevalent in our society, you know actually, and you believe with me, Nigeria, we use scam. Church in Nigeria is a fraud. Church in Nigeria is a criminal empire.
There were. Thank you. You can you have to inbox me your timeline also, your name. I mean on social media. Thank you very much.
Yeah, on Facebook.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mazi.
Thank you. Thank you. This is where I enjoy. That's why I say come even with a contrary opinion. It's allowed. We are not one way. We learn from each other. That is the thing. So, the issue of religion is complex, complicated. You understand? What we are doing is to try to make our people, let me tell you why things are bad in our land is this. they made Europeans brought religion in our land and destroyed our spirituality. Have you seen how our people are afraid of what the juju? The same way Igbo was afraid of juju. You know, you are afraid of something that works. Just like law. You are afraid to break the law. Because once you break the law, it will hit you. You know the consequence. That's why once people see somebody that we are, and the people are using it to scam our people, some of our people are now using, some people are now using it to scam our people. Oh, they wear red. You know, once they see red color or white color, you know, we are white, red, this and that. Now they, oh, it's true. Why? Because they know it works. Do you understand me? It works. But once you bring out the Bible, hey, wow, yeah, no matter now, because they know that it doesn't work in our life, in our land. They know. You understand? The thing is not, it is working for the people that brought it, because it's with it they conquered us. That's why it's working. You understand? But the issue is that these people are smart. They now grew at a time, the Europeans grew above religion. That is mental development. It is human. Whereas we never grow. We are still at that medieval period mentally. You understand? They grew above religion. And now they started manifesting everything, carry everything, hand over to the government. That's when they separated church and state. So, why is our people, you know, we are hysterical? When it comes, oh, juju. The Europeans came to our land, to Igbo land, and they saw Arochukwu shrine that was working. Any person, the people that goes there, they get power. And they come out to fight the Europeans. They become invincible. You know, not if they are running inside the bush, you think that they are antelope. They can change to anything. Now the Europeans, they started working hard in order to first of all corrupt the source of our power. Do you know that they burned our holy forest at the early time in order to remove that power, because that was the source of our prowess. They could make warriors. You understand? They tried everything in order to go and destroy that source. You understand me? And now till today, once they conquered us, they defeated us, now they started indoctrinating us that thing that we are using is evil. That our source of power, that our spirituality or spiritual backing that is helping us, they say it's evil because they want to put us underneath, to subjugate us, for us to be under their feet. Do you understand me? That is the the trick they use, and they succeeded in indoctrinizing our brains. Remember in catechism, do you remember when they tell us to be praying for Russia and Amahochuku? On catechism. For us that time, even that time say, and the Russia na hey Amahochuku I nekpe lenu nkaku nekpere nuclear power ekpere. Lenu monkaku nekpere nuclear power ekpere na Amahochuku. You don't know that the Europe, Britain, because of Cold War, they are in the state of Cold War with Russia. So they want us to hate them, to hate their enemies for them. Do you see the ignorance they impacted in us? Ignorance functions very well. Do you understand me? Do you know that they tried everything towards China? To the extent there is this Muslim part of China, just a Muslim enclave of China. They try to, the West try to radicalize them. To be, you know, this world is a world whereby you play politics that benefits you, even to destroy any person that is coming up to challenge you as a country, as a nation. It is allowed. If you can destroy it, destroy it. The West, they use everything to suppress China down, but China make good use of their brain. Do you know what China did? Because sometimes what do they call those Chinese Muslims? Oh, I have it in my head. If he come, he goes. America wants to use them in order to bleed China. Sometimes they start acting, carry knife and start killing, And anytime China does anything, America will use their media, the West, I mean, in order to castigate China. Oh, human rights. Oh, the minority Muslims in China. Oh, China is against them, against religious freedom. That is the way they can use and bleed their opponent. You know what China did? All these, they are Muslim shops in China. They are indigenous Chinese, yes, it's okay. You have to conform to Chinese laws. Your religion say in your bars, in all those people's restaurants, you don't sell beer. China government, you say you have to sell beer by force, sell alcohol by force, and you don't sell it secretly. Every of all those people, if they have shops like provision shops, all of them are forced by force under state law in order to put alcohol there and pig meat, so that they don't want anything that will bring foreigners to be tormenting their lives as Chinese, as a country. Do you see wise people? Country building, yes, the Uyghurs. Uyghurs. Yes, the Uyghurs of China. Yes, they are the Muslim ethnic group. Which, for them, the West is protecting them. They don't know that they want to use them in order to scatter China so that they cannot have economic growth. They cannot grow economically, technologically, or they will continue fighting all this gangrene inside them. This is the world where everything is allowed. Let me tell you, the only people that put the world in together to their taste is the same human being that inhabits this world. So in this world, power is might is right. Do you understand me? So we should remove ourselves from where we are being placed. Since colonial time, we are placed in a corner, in a cage, and we continue thinking like that, talking like that. Let us change our vocabulary, please. That is what we are preaching here. To go back to who we are. Go back to who we are. Because it is only our value, our cultural heritage that can rally us together as a people. There is something I put before where one man was saying, do you know that in Igbo culture, our Igbo culture, every once a year, every pure Igbo man will bring 1/10 of his inheritance, what he have gathered for that year. Also, no, I will check it more and share to his kinsmen. That is our own tithe. We share it with joy with our brothers and sisters in our community. But the religion they brought to us say, no, instead of you sharing with your brother, living like brothers and sisters, no, come and give it to the man of God. As you are giving it, you are giving to God. Can't we have sense? Let us be neutral in thinking. So that neutrality will make you start galvanizing energy from every part, so that you think wisely. But when you are thinking in a controlled way, that control will affect you. I'm telling you. This is what we preach here. Oh, here people now. Here kind of preach here. Some people now demonize here. Now attack. No, we are not attacking. Don't you see how we interact? That is how we roll. You come, you preach, you say your mind. As long as we say it we do it in a civilized manner. You listen to me, I allow you, you speak, you listen, you learn from me, I learn from you. People learn from us. That is how we roll. Because we are trying to restore a country, a nation, whereby superior argument will reign. It's not because of you are governor speaking. Now you know everybody, you know more than everybody. No, because you are in this church, you know more than everybody. Because you are the Jew, you know more than everybody. No. Meritocracy will be the order of the day, where we value intelligence and wisdom. That is what we preach. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, this is where I'm going to stop. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. The Europeans, they have grown above religion. I continue saying it. That is why it seems that, maybe the type of Christianity they are practicing in Europe is not the same they are practicing in Nigeria. No. It's the people, it's the mindset, it's the mentality, nothing more. It's human beings that grow above something. Do you understand? The Europeans, they were like Nigerians some time ago. Do you understand me? During the they were even more foolish, more than even Nigerians before. But they work. It is a process, very hard and tedious process. Blood was shed. There were fightings. There were wars in order to arrive where they are today. And they now saw that, look, all these things we are fighting for, defending one religion, this and that, using religion to judge every. No, please. What matters to us now is good government. We put people that will represent us. If they venture to start enriching themselves, we tear them apart, we slaughter them. That is how they arrived to where they are today. They are no more being controlled by religion. Do you understand? Though they have elements of that religiosity as their identity. Do you understand? It's normal. But why not we reclaim our own identity and stop demonizing it? And make, use of the tenets of our values. All these things, these are our values we are talking about. Thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is our ideology. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.